Hey guys, can you guys hear me in there?
Yes, we can hear you.
Awesome. You guys want to do the mic tests now?
Mic test 1, 2.
Sounds good.
Testing, testing.
Sounds good.
Mic test.
Sounds good.
Testing, testing.
Sounds good.
Testing.
Sounds good.
Mic test.
Sounds good.
Mic test.
Sounds good.
Mic test.
Sounds good. Yeah, they're going around testing every single mic. Right on, right on. Oh, you did?
Mic test.
Mic.
Sounds good, sounds good.
Yeah, you don't need to test everyone. I test them before the meeting.
It is fun, Tom.
It is fun, but 3 or 4 is great. Thank you. All right, I'm gonna bring the music back. And then just let me know when you start YouTube.
Okay. Recording in progress.
Madam Clerk, please start the meeting. Meeting live? Perfect. I hereby call the special closed session meeting to order. Good evening, everybody. This meeting is taking place with in-person attendance and by teleconference via Zoom. The public may access the meeting via the Santa Ana YouTube channel or the city's website. Please bear with us as the technology may disrupt the flow of the meeting. Madam Clerk, please conduct the roll call.
Councilmember Penaloza?
Present.
Councilmember Fan? Here. Mayor Pro Tem Lopez? Councilmember Vasquez?
Present.
Councilmember Becerra? Councilmember Hernandez? Mayor Amescua?
Present.
Let the record show we have 4 members present.
I'm sorry.
We have 4 members present.
Perfect, thank you. Do any council members need to announce their abstentions on closed session items at this time? If there are none, Madam Clerk, do we have any speakers for closed session?
Madam Mayor, there are no in-person speakers. There is 1 member on Zoom. If they would like to speak, please dial *9 from your phone or raise hand.
Perfect.
I'm not seeing any.
We'll now recess this portion of the meeting to consider the items listed on the closed session agenda, and we will be back.
Recording stopped. Recording in progress.
We'll be starting right now in a few minutes. Thank you all very much for being patient. We really appreciate it. We're good? Okay. I'd like to call this meeting to order, please. We will now reconvene the special closed session meeting. No, did I say that? Oh, yes. Let's do the Pledge of Allegiance first, right? Yes. Oh, I'm so sorry. We have to do this. I apologize. It's been a long day. Madam City Attorney, do you have anything to report out of the closed session?
Mayor, members of the City Council, and members of the public, there's no reportable action.
Thank you so much. With no further closed session business before us, I hereby adjourn the special closed session meeting. Madam Clerk, please start the meeting.
Yes, ma'am, go ahead, please.
Ready to go?
Yes.
Perfect. I hereby call the regular open meeting to order. This meeting is taking place with in-person attendance and by teleconference via Zoom. The public may access the meeting via the Santa Ana YouTube channel or the city's website. Please bear with us as the technology may disrupt the flow of the meeting. Madam Clerk, please conduct the roll call.
Councilmember Becerra.
Here.
Councilmember Hernandez. Councilmember Penaloza.
Present.
Councilmember Fan.
Here.
Councilmember Vasquez.
Present.
Mayor Pro Tem Lopez. Mayor Amescua.
Present.
5 members present in the chamber.
Madam Clerk, before we proceed to the Pledge of Allegiance, please make any announcement.
To request to speak during public comments on agenda or non-agenda items within the city's jurisdiction, please dial *9 from your phone or click the button labeled Raise Hand from Zoom at this time.
Thank you. DC Henry, can you come up, please, and lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance?
I could have everybody please stand, place your right hand over your heart, and please welcome the greatest symbol of freedom in the world. Ready? Begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you.
Sir, thank you very much. I'm sorry. At this time, I'd like to call up Police Chaplain Rupert Vega. Would you please stand for words of inspiration?
If you would please bow your heads. Gracious Heavenly Father, we come before you today, giving you honor, glory, and praise. Lord, you are the source of all that is good, and we are grateful for all the blessings you've bestowed upon us. We thank you for our wonderful city of Santa Ana, our honorable mayor, city council, city staff, and all first responders. Lord, we thank you for our freedom and the opportunity to unite and gather together this day. We ask for your hand of blessings to be upon tonight's meeting and proceedings. We thank you for your grace, your unending love and wisdom. And we thank you, Lord, that you will guide tonight's meeting. And Father God, that it would be of wisdom and it would be productive with integrity, accountability, and with respect towards one another. Thank you, Lord, for helping us to accomplish our work and our goal this day. City of Santa Ana, I leave you with a scripture found in the book of Numbers, chapter 6. It says, "May the Lord bless you and keep you and protect you. May he sustain you and guard you. May the Lord make his face shine upon you with favor and be gracious to you, surrounding you with his love and kindness. May the Lord lift up his face and countenance upon you with divine approval and give you peace and a tranquil heart and life. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen and amen."
Thank you very much. We're going to do 2 presentations today. I believe Mayor Pro Tem, are you not doing yours tonight? No, you're not. Okay. So we're going to do one. Councilmember Becerra and Councilman Hernandez will be after that. Just before we do Councilman Becerra, Madam City Manager, I'm going to do public comments, or excuse me, Mr. Mendoza. I'm going to do public comments before we go into staff presentations, okay? Thank you, because they've been waiting a long time. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. If I could have Nick Sabayan and if I could have Chief Henry join me up here as well. Come on up here. So now, we all know that firefighters perform many acts of heroism, but tonight I wanted to recognize one particular firefighter's heroic act. So with me tonight here is Nick Sabayan, who has been a member of the Orange County Fire Authority since March of 2022, when he was hired as part of OCFA's Recruit Academy 54. Now, Nick comes to us from the City of Los Angeles Fire Department, where he served for 3 years. Now, Nick is always looking out for others, but little did he know that on the evening of February 9th, his selfless nature would be put to the test. So as a firefighter and a paramedic over at Station 78 off of 5th and New Hope, which is not too far from where my father's side of the family grew up, Nick and the rest of his crew frequently transport patients over to Fountain Valley Hospital. So on this particular evening, Nick found himself waiting to speak to a nurse over in the ER, and with the patient that him and his team had just brought in. Now, while he was waiting across the hall, Nick witnessed an ER being violently shoved by another patient. So Nick promptly walked over, as a good firefighter would, to check to see if that nurse was okay. But at the same time, the patient who had shoved the nurse walked back into the room he had come from and locked the door. So hospital staff quickly requested that Fountain Valley Police, because again, they're over at Fountain Valley Hospital, that Fountain Valley Police respond over to the hospital. So a single Fountain Valley police officer shows up into the ER. When the patient noticed that the police officer was approaching the room he was locked in, he abruptly opened the door and rushed at the police officer and punched him in the face, causing the officer to fall against the wall. So without any hesitation, Nick springs into action and quickly grabs the large assailant. So now, looking at Nick here, and this gentleman is not to be reckoned with, but let's just be clear. The gentleman that he decided to go at was at 6'2", 250 pounds. So I'm not a mathematician, but do a little math there, okay? And he took him to the ground. This guy took the 6'2" guy to the ground. Yes, please. So now, Nick's action allowed the police officer to get away from that patient and regain his composure. And the police officer then, of course, took that individual into custody. So Nick's quick thinking and selfless action undoubtedly helped save that Fountain Valley police officer, but also the other nurses, doctors, and patients that were in that ER as well. So Nick's courageous and decisive action took place 1 month. Now get this. So here he is, he's on the job, he's come from the city of LA. He hasn't even got through probation yet. He hasn't even got through his 1 year yet. So a month later, he finally becomes a full-fledged OCFA firefighter after, taking down some crazy guy over at Fountain Valley Hospital, right? So obviously we have proof here tonight that the toughest firefighters around are here in Santa Ana. So sorry for any of the OCFA guys that are not from Santa Ana, just know the toughest ones are here in Santa Ana. So, and I've got proof of it here tonight. So as Santa Ana's representative on the Orange County Fire Authority's Board of Directors, and on behalf of the Santa Ana City Council, I want to thank you personally, Nick, for what you did and for your extraordinary bravery and heroism performed in the line of duty that night. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Say a couple words.
Yep. I'd like to thank you guys all for being here tonight. The mayor, city council, Orange County Fire Authority, and also my wife for all the support. I'm glad to have been at the right spot at the right time and just able to give out a helping hand when needed. Thank you.
Great.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Chief, all right, so tell us some embarrassing stories about this guy. Just kidding.
We had to order him to come here tonight because he didn't want the award. So that's how humble he is. So we're very lucky to have him.
Well, thank you, guys. Thank you. My colleagues would like to come down and join me. I'd like to take a picture with this hero that we have tonight.
We're going this way.
right, Councilman Hernandez.
If I could have Ray Diaz join me here, up here in the front. Thank you. Let's make some noise for Ray. All right. Well, first and foremost, thank you everybody for being here today. Very much humbled and empowered to be presenting this proclamation today, declaring March 3rd, 2023 as Ruben Salazar Day. This proclamation, I have the honor of presenting it to Ray Diaz, who is a community member, who was born and raised in our community, is very much a product of Santa Ana schools, and is now a freshman at UC Davis. And let's make some noise for that. Before I present the proclamation and I acknowledge the historic individual who has contributed to many of our lives, I want to first thank you, Ray, for having grown up in this community and your understanding that education is freedom work. The more that we learn, the more liberated we become. So I want to thank you, and I want to urge my neighbors here to give him a round of applause, because this young man will be the future of Santa Ana. So without further ado, it is an honor to present this proclamation. Allow me to tell you a little bit about Ruben Salazar and how he impacted each and every one of us here in this room today. Ruben Salazar was a pioneering journalist and an investigative reporter. He was born in Juarez, Mexico in 1928. He spent his childhood in El Paso, Texas, before graduating from Texas Western College. And shout out to our Parks and Rec director. We do got some Texas people in the house in the city of Santa Ana, so we love Texas. In 1959, he joined the Los Angeles Times as our first Latino columnist, and further into his career became the newspaper's first international correspondent and foreign bureau chief. In the late 1960s, he also joined Spanish language television station as a news director. And that news station is a news station we're all very familiar, Univision, Channel 34. As a husband and father of 3 children, Salazar settled in the beautiful city of Santa Ana, and he made it his duty to amplify the Mexican-American civil rights movement. Ruben Salazar served as a bridge between the Mexican-American and white communities in the Los Angeles area. After feeling the Mexican-American communities were being ignored, he made it a mission to tell the truth and bring light to the injustices. He reported on the Chicano movement in the Southland in the late 1960s, and was part of a series of articles in East Los Angeles, which was the Mexican part of town during this time. As he progressed through his career, he contributed to the Los Angeles Mexican-American community by spotlighting many taboo issues, and he created conversations that challenged the status quo. On August 29, 1970, Ruben Salazar was in East Los Angeles covering the National Chicano Moratorium against the Vietnam War, which consisted of a peaceful protest regarding Mexican-American casualties in the Vietnam War. It wasn't until law enforcement showed up to the 30,000-person protest when the event turned into chaos and violence. At just 42 years young, he was killed by an LA County's sheriff's deputy, who fired a tear gas projectile that struck Salazar in the head. This devastating loss was felt by many, especially Latino journalists and the Mexican-American community. Ruben Salazar has left a lasting inspiration for many generations of Latinos. He serves as an iconic figure who led with integrity and truth. The city of Santa Ana is proud to recognize residents who contribute to the amplification of Latino and Chicano voices and promote the mission of equity and equality. Now, therefore, we, the mayor and city council of the beautiful city of Santa Ana, do hereby recognize March 3rd as Ruben Salazar Day, and we encourage residents to take this day to appreciate, celebrate, the incredible contributions that he has made to the Latino and Chicano community. And we also encourage you to reflect upon the impact that he leaves behind. Thank you. We very much look forward to celebrating Ruben Salazar Day. Without further ado, it is our honor to present you with this proclamation, Ray Diaz. Thank you for your efforts to highlight a pillar in our community. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Councilmember Hernandez, and thank you, Honorable Mayor and members of the council, for proclaiming March 3rd Ruben Salazar Day. I especially want to give gratitude to the victims and to the family of Ruben Salazar, who unfortunately couldn't join us tonight, but it is a historic day to say the least. Philosopher George Santayana once said, "Those who fail to learn from history are doomed to repeat it." Though the killing was ruled a homicide, the deputy was never prosecuted. Salazar was awarded the Robert F. Kennedy Journalism Award in 1971, and Laguna Park was renamed into Salazar Park. Together, we honor and commemorate the good as well as the bad aspects of local history to residents so that it may serve as a window for the public to understand how and why such injustices occurred. So I want to thank, again, the council member for proclaiming March 3rd Ruben Salazar Day, and I encourage the public to also look into how many more investigative journalists are paving the way for holding our institutions accountable and making sure that our elected officials are held accountable to the highest of standards. So thank you very much, council member, and I look forward to working with this city and the rest of the county. So thank you.
I think, guarantee you, this man will be a council member one day. I'm going to hold you to it, sir. You're doing great work.
All righty, thank you very much. I'd like to make a comment, please. There are two staff presentations tonight, and we're going to put them off after public comments. But before we proceed, noting for the record that there were two additions to the agenda. One is the Travel Santa Ana presentation, and one is a commissioner appointment. We always want to make sure we're in compliance with the rules, and so I needed to let you know that there's been two changes to the agenda. Okay, at this time, public comments. This is the time of the meeting for the City Council to receive comments from the public on agenda and non-agenda items pursuant to the Brown Act. The City Council may not enter into discussion at this time. We will now hear from members of the public. We're going to hear from Zoom first. There's three that are physically, that are on Zoom, and then we'll hear from those that are physically present in the council chambers. Madam Clerk, do you have anyone waiting to speak on the conference call Zoom? I believe you have three callers.
Yes, Madam Mayor, there were three callers. Prior to calling them, I'll announce the e-comments that were received. All comments received by 2 p.m. today have been scanned into Laserfish and uploaded to PrimeGov. Related to item number 8, the General Plan Annual Progress Report, 30 residents in support of the item. Related to item 17, architectural design services for the historic Cypress Fire Station, 8 residents in support of the item, and 1 resident not in support of the item as is, recommending postponement. And then 2 residents on non-agenda items concerned with gentrification of 4th Street. The first speaker on Zoom, Mary Cameron. Please unmute yourself or dial *6 from your phone.
Can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am. Go ahead.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen of the City Council, for giving me the opportunity to comment. Although I wish I'd been able to submit a written comment. Your deadline is very arduous. 2 p.m. was not an easy thing to do. My public comment is not related to any agenda item. I'm directing my comment mostly to the audience that is listening. This is regarding the OC Housing Authority Commission. Their next meeting is this Thursday, which is the day after tomorrow, at 10 a.m. sharp. We have been having issues with the OC Housing Authority holding meetings in secret in order to obviate comments from the public. and for good reason. There is a commissioner, his name is James Mai, and that's M-A-I for the record. This individual has been engaging in hate speech online and bragging of committing hate crimes and cyberbullying and doxing private citizens. This is obviously a grave concern. We have, he was previously a commissioner in the city of Irvine, and we were able to successfully remove him from his post. We are now seeking to achieve the same result on the OC Housing Commission. Please, if you have the time, show up at 601 North Ross Street. And that is the County Administration Building South, room 103, Thursday morning at 10 a.m. If you wish to speak, please arrive 15 minutes early to register. We need all the help we can get. How much time do I have left? Sorry.
About 1 minute, ma'am.
We need all the help we can get. We will be having handouts, and we will. I wanted to email more details, but I had missed the cutoff time. I was not aware of it. But we will be having plenty of flyers and handouts, and you can look them over. And if you feel called to do so, we hope that you will join us in speaking out against racism and misogyny, because there is no room for this type of hate in Santa Ana, in the county of Orange, in California, or anywhere in the world. Once again, Thursday morning, 10 a.m., please arrive early to protest OC Housing Commissioner James Mai at the regularly scheduled meeting of the Housing Authority, 601 North Ross Street. It's right across from City Hall.
Thank you, Ms. Cameron. Next speaker. OC Rapid Response.
Hello, everyone. Thank you for allowing us to give comment. I want to comment on item number 17, the proposed building or repurposing of a building in Santa Ana near Main and Bishop Street for a PAL, Police Athletic and Activity League. I'd like to oppose that. I'm a longtime resident of the city of Santa Ana, and I am a brown woman. My name is Laura Hernandez. And the amount of money that we are giving and investing in more police, it just seems it seems overdone. That we have so many programs in Santa Ana to help our youth grow and to become better people. I was a recipient of one of the programs. I remember when I was 15 years old, I participated in the youth job training program in Santa Ana. Now I think it's called SAY employment. These programs are the programs that are already built, the structure is already there. And if we were to use that money and filter it into these community-based programs, I think that our youth would be happy and grow into good adults. That was one of the best experiences of my youth in Santa Ana. I was able to work at the Public Healthcare Agency on 17th Street, and I got amazing job experiences. I had terrible experiences with the police in Santa Ana for simply being brown, had terrible experiences with the police in school, and I just feel that the city council has the power to navigate these funds, right? To funnel them where they should be and where they should go. And time again, community members have expressed their desire for these funds to go to community-based programs. And we continue to try to implement more policing when we know already that there is a fear of police in our community. And I understand that that the thought here is that by creating PAL would build the relationships between community and police, but that's the wrong way to go about it. These funds can be used in better alternatives. I think if we want to build on the trust of police and the youth, then we need to deal with the police and with their egregious behavior against BIPOC community members. Thank you.
Next speaker on Zoom, Danny, please unmute yourself.
Hello, can you hear me?
Go ahead.
Hello, my name is Danny Vega, resident of Ward 3. I am a brown man. I don't know if I need to mention that now. I'm calling in support of agenda item 17 and having a POW program, senior center, and police substation at the historic Cypress Fire Station. Improving police community relations is something that, as far as I know, is something everyone has been advocating for some time. What better way to achieve this than to have a program like POW, where Santa Ana kids can build a strong bond with our law enforcement and do it through education, fitness, and activities. I listen to school board meetings, and they often mention the mental health crisis of our kids, especially after the pandemic. And being active is arguably one of the best ways to improve mental health. I can personally say, as a father with a child in PAL, that I'm very satisfied. And I see firsthand how much the staff at PAL care for our kids. The smiles that I see when I go in to pick up my child on not only the staff but the kids are genuine. Our police officers can be terrific role models for our children, especially when we have to compete with gangs who are just waiting to snatch our kids into that life. I know people will say that we need more libraries. Cool. You will hardly ever hear anyone oppose that. But the reality is we need to make sure our kids are safe first. Having more libraries, unfortunately, will not make us safer. Just ask Anaheim. They have 10 libraries, and their crime rate isn't much better. And depending on where you look, it's actually worse in Santa Ana. So please vote yes on item 17, and let's continue the conversation, and let's get one up in here at Ward 3, because I know residents here will love that. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. All right, we're going to go for the audience now. There's a bunch for item 17, so I'm going to lump them together. As you notice, if you watch the council meeting since I've been sitting up here, I dance and I move things around so that people don't have to wait all night. So Ana Laura Padilla, followed by Jeanette Sanchez. If you can please come up and line up. Followed by Sean McConney. And we'll do those three first, please.
Good evening, sorry.
Good 3 minutes.
Evening, Madam Mayor and members of the council. My name is Ana Laura Padilla, and I'm a proud resident of Santa Ana and an owner of 2 businesses in downtown. I am here today to express my deep concern about the recent loss of businesses in downtown Santa Ana and the impact that the OC streetcar has had in our community. Although this OC streetcar project has been approved by a past city council, it is now the responsibility of this council to address the consequences of its construction in our small businesses. Unfortunately, it is now clear that the construction of this car has led to the closures of many businesses that were once the heart of Santa Ana. These businesses were a source of pride to our community and provided much needed jobs and services. Not only have we lost our businesses, but we have also lost our sense of community and our own identity. Our customers are telling us today that they once felt downtown was a destination, or as someone would say, a happening place. But they no longer feel welcome. They feel our Latino culture has been punished aside. They feel our Latino community is being marginalized. As business owners, we never asked to be put in this position. And now we find ourselves struggling to make ends meet. And it is disheartening to see the very essence of Santa Ana being lost. Because this is a problem that is not new. I've been here several times. I'm here to propose a solution. Today, I call on you to set up a task force that it is made up of council members, city staff, and business owners in the downtown. The goal of this task force is to have a focus on public relations and marketing that re-engages our community. It is the responsibility of this council to uplift our community and help us save our businesses. We need your support to make sure that the businesses that are still standing have the resources they need to stay afloat. We need your help to save these businesses that for years have served Santa Ana. and have brought growth to our community. We urge you to take action and make small businesses your priority. We need you to listen to our concerns, but most importantly, we need you to work with us. In conclusion, we ask you to take responsibility for addressing the consequences of this project and work with us to meet the immediate needs of our community through strategy, partnership, and sustainable systems of growth. Let's work together to create the Santana that is prosperous, vibrant, and inclusive for all, where everyone feels welcome and valued. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Mayor, Mezcua, and City Council members. My name is Jeanette Sanchez. I think you guys already know me. I've been here a lot of times. I'm a proud Latina merchant in the downtown. I have 2 businesses, and I'm here tonight to talk about a few problems of many that we have here in the downtown. We all know the ongoing OCTA construction impacted our businesses, and some unfortunately went out of business. But I truly feel that these changes began a few years back, and let me explain to you why. I started to notice less and less people were filling the streets of downtown. My longtime customers not coming back. When some of them did return back, I would ask them, why aren't you guys coming back as often? It's always the same feedback. Everything looks different. Everything has changed. I didn't even think you're still in business. And we just don't feel welcomed anymore. That breaks my heart to hear my customers say that they feel as if they're not good enough anymore to come back, and that's not okay with me, and it shouldn't be with you either. The big question is, why do people feel that way, right? Our Latino community, our events have been pushed back to Flower Street. Fiestas Patrias, Noche de Altares, Cinco de Mayo Fair, it's completely gone. And I want to know why our Latino community has been marginalized. Some people even say they feel discriminated by these changes. Just these 2 events were a huge success and would bring the majority of the community and outside people to the downtown. Mr. Jonathan Hernandez, you're a culture guy. I hear you all the time. Why don't we bring the culture back? They're down the street. Let's reach out to our neighbors. We are hardworking merchants that came to open business to provide our families. We don't want free money. We just want to work. But you have taken our tools away. The downtown is a ghost town. How are we supposed to stay afloat when you have destroyed that? We didn't do it. You guys did. You did. Now help us fix it. Solutions, I bring a few ideas. I'm sure you have more. Bring back our Latino community. Reach out to them. They are the very essence of the downtown. That's what it's known for. Bring back Fiestas Patrias. Start promoting our businesses. I get this all the time. I thought you were out of business. People think we're closed. And just stop sabotaging and just let us work. We have gone through enough already. We are here to stay. We aren't going anywhere. We're going to fight to be here, and we deserve to be here. And we worked hard to be here. In conclusion, we need the city to take action now. Our lives depend on it. I invite you all to come to the downtown and walk and see for yourselves. Our downtown businesses were thriving before. We would produce revenue for the city, but how the hell are we going to provide revenue after all that we've been through? Thai fam, I've heard you say that a few times. You're by the books. I get it. But how are we going to produce revenue when we've been slaughtered?
Ma'am, your time is up.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Sean?
Madam Mayor, City Council members, good evening and happy Nowruz Persian New Year. We as the merchants on the 4th Street in downtown Santa Ana don't know what we have done to deserve such a treatment from our city. Why everything you do, any policy, every action you take is against our businesses? Not only with your wrong policies, you scared away our community and our customers, but also raised our sales tax higher than anywhere in the country. And interesting enough, you expect us to provide high revenue for the city. For years, you charged us for the bid. And without any accountability, you gave away our money to these 2 unelected nonprofit organizations. And as much as we cried and complained that they are not our representatives, You never listened and you never made any attempt to audit them or for abuse of our money and wasting it. After we canceled the bid, the city officials said they are going to take whatever money is left and give back to us. But surprise, surprise, now you say you can't take our money back and it is their money. And you still allow them to abuse and waste our money. Tonight, again, we demand full investigation and deep audit of these two organizations who have wasted our money for years under your watch. At the end, it is because of our downtown merchants' hard work that we are going to receive financial assistance from State Senator Mr. Tom Umberg for the merchants who lost businesses and income during Train to Hell construction. And now we hear from the city that you have decided to distribute this money to 600 businesses in the bid area who were not affected by this project. I am sorry, this time it is our money and you cannot give it away to people who have not been affected. The money should and must be distributed to merchants on 4th Street only. This is our money, who we work for it, and it is our decision how to be distributed. Thank you so much.
Paul Guzman, followed by Janelle Hardy.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, City Council. I stand before you just to remind you that you received an email from me this past week. And I was very happy with the reply. My impression was that you as City Council members do not understand your position when you leave this council and virtue of your position here, attend other boards within the county and the state, especially this one. Orange County Sanitation District, 2 persons in the council represent the city of Santa Ana. They do not run the Orange County Sanitation District management, but they represent us, the city person, in all these functions. Your vote is my livelihood. I was very upset when I got the reply. You can read my email, and you can read the reply I sent back on that email I got from the council. I won't tell you who I got it from. But then I questioned the people in the community on my email and Facebook. Who knows that Orange County Sanitation District is proposing a $100 increase in the property taxes? Right here, if I ask, I probably get about 2. So I'm asking the city council, when you are representing us, me, in other boards, I want you to realize that you represent me, my feelings, not your feelings, not that board feelings, but I. That's all I want you to understand. Thank you.
Thank you. Janelle Hardy.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor and City Council. My name is Janelle Hardy. I'm a Historic Resources Commission Commissioner. I am Henninger Park Neighborhood Association President, and I am a South Main Street resident in Ward 2. And item 17 affects a building that is in Ward 2, although it is in the East Side Pacific Park neighborhood. And I believe the East Side Pacific Park neighborhood, as a neighborhood, needs to have a meeting about the use of that historic building in their neighborhood. I know I can give you a for instance in Henninger Park. We had city-owned lots in our neighborhood. We had many meetings related to the use of the property. And after that, even after an RFP was being looked at as a possibility, we were able to tweak that RFP to have it represent what we wanted as a neighborhood. We were able to look at landscaping, parking, location of garages, the look of the building on the exterior, even the entryways where the property was entered from the front and the back. So I don't think East Side and Pacific Park neighborhood have had that opportunity. We also were able to look at the floor plan, the proposed floor plan, how the space was used. And I don't think they've had opportunity to look at that either. It seems to all be a mystery. And they need to see actually what is being proposed before you vote tonight for funding. So I hope you do postpone your vote tonight until the neighborhood has an opportunity to meet and actually look at what's being proposed. It shouldn't be a mystery. Thank you.
Thank you. Bocha Peña, followed by Dale Helvig.
Mayor, if I could make a point of clarification, I think this would be helpful for the residents and the viewers. Item 17 is not about what program should go into the historic firehouse. It is the council making a decision if we're going to approve services with this architectural firm. Thank you.
Correct, and I was going to say that when we're done. I didn't want to interrupt public comments because there's a lot of them, so.
Yes.
But thank you for clarifying that. So you have 3 minutes. So
Yes.
go ahead.
Hello, Mayor and City Council. I am Sandra Peña Sarmiento, Bocha Peña. I'm a neighborhood leader of Pacific Park East Side, and I'm an over 50-year resident of Pacific Park East Side. And a point of qualification about what this item is about, item 17. How can you approve an architectural or any kind of construction plan when you don't have clear the wants and desires and needs of the neighborhood for which this adaptation and construction is being done? If you don't know what the uses are, then you don't know what the layout is. We have seen nothing. We've gotten 0 presentations. We've had 0 inclusion. We've had a 0 voice. We've never had 1 meeting to talk about this project or proposal in our own neighborhood where it's located. Other people have been shipped in from other neighborhoods, over 40, the last big drama time, from another part of town, but only 3 of those 45 speakers were from our neighborhood. So we've been greatly disenfranchised. And I want to continue. I'm writing to you to urge you to vote no on today's City Council item 7, or at least table it, the discussion until we can have a meeting convened to confirm our neighborhood wants and needs. The residents of the East Side Pacific Park neighborhood have been fighting to save the historic Cypress Fire Station, Santa Ana's oldest fire station since 2016. We have been fighting, we, the residents, not the PALs, not the SAPT, not Celica Diaz, we, the residents, have been fighting and luchando for this. In recent years, our neighbors have proposed many vital and much needed programs, and staff has promised us a public opportunity to voice our desires for the highest and best use of this firehouse. And we have received zero meetings about this. I will tell you, the monkeys at Prentice Park get more consideration for their built environment than the human beings residing in East Side Pacific Park. I can't believe you're considering over $500,000 of a program that only serves barely 25 people and is already in our ward, okay? They already have a place that has athletic facilities and everything. Once you put the PALS weight systems and their arcade into our tiny little fire station, there's no room for anything else. And still, we have been given zero voice, zero input. Although we have asked for it repeatedly in writing, repeatedly in reports, we have been monitoring the safety and well-being of this, because SAPD will not answer calls to service. We have been doing the police reports. We have been videotaping. We have been asking for cameras. So please treat us like the human beings, like the taxpayers that we are in our neighborhood. Don't treat us like the bottom, like subhumans. Give us a chance to have agency
Butcher, your
and a
time
voice.
is up.
Thank you so much.
Your time is up.
Good evening, Mayor, council members, city staff. First off, I'd like to talk about item 8 before I get to 17. And I'd like to commend the city for meeting their goals for regional housing needs assessment, or at least making a good stride to meeting those goals for this cycle. My concern is at this rate of progress that we have right now, we are going to shortchange ourselves in the next reporting cycle. We have enough projects on the books to meet the Cycle 6 requirements as it is right now. And I say this because if we're not able to get credit for excess of homes and houses that we build in this cycle, we're shortchanging ourselves. So my request is the city needs to start now in working with the SCAG people to revise the methodology of calculating how many houses we need to build for cycle 7. If we're not going to get credit for getting an A+ rating again, then we ought to stop at the number that we're supposed to build on this cycle, no more, no less. So I encourage you to start now in working with SCAG. As far as item 17 goes, as Councilman Lopez mentioned, this is for architectural design work. It's not for deciding what goes in there. My understanding, last year, the decisions were made to make it a PAL program in that facility, along with a senior aspect to it. And so this is just for architectural design work. My concern with 17 is we had 6 firms submit proposals for building there or for doing the architectural design work. So we don't know what the floor plans are at because the architects haven't done anything yet. This is to give them money to work on it. The issue is there was only one Santa Ana firm that submitted a proposal, and they weren't selected. It was an outfit up in Los Angeles. They may be a fine outfit as well. But I'm just wondering why, once again, like the automobiles that we purchase out of the city, we need to provide work for the Santa Ana residents that live here. And I talked to the people at this company, Itzen Architects, and they don't understand why they had such a low rating. And it'd be nice if they got feedback on that. But even if they got low rating, they're still the Santa Ana residents, and they should have been considered a lot more seriously to do the architectural work. So again, I support the work that's going on and the proposal for how it's going to be used. Thank you.
Thank you. Vanessa Serta, followed by Josh, I apologize if I say it, Jalen Verdon. Vanessa Serta, followed by Jalen Verdon.
Good evening, Mayor, and good evening, City Council members. So I'm here to support my daughters, actually. This is not their first time speaking on public comments, but they're here on that agenda item 17. So I'm just here to let them know that I'm proud of them, and I encourage other parents that are out there to also do the same with their kids. Thank you. Have a good night.
Thank you. Rudy, can you pull the mic down there so we can hear you?
Good evening, Mayor and City Council members. My name is Jaitlyn Verdeen, and I am 12 years old. I am a Santa Ana resident, and I would like to discuss item 17 regarding the Cypress Fire Station. I would like my voice to be heard and taken into thought of the Cypress Fire Station to become a digital library for youth with resources to restore of practices. I see the need. I experience the great need that our city faces with policing and the distrust of us youth feel. I urge you for all the Cypress Fire Station to continue to stay in the community. Thank you and have a good night.
Thank you very much. Irma Hadagin, followed by Carolyn Killian. I know I'm saying that wrong, I apologize.
Hello, Mayor and honorable council members. Lovely to see you in this weather. I'll try to be brief. I have one comment from Dr. Canet Bayless. She could not make it or have time to email. She is a member of the Santa Ana community in Wilshire Square. She has more than 40 years of experience as an educator and has served as the president of the Los Angeles Probation Commission. For the design, she fully supports the PAL program. Some time ago she came and she saw the program and she fully supports it, not just for the children, but for the parents in the area because of the education in the program and how they both become a system of trust when you have the role models of the parents, the positive police force, and the children working in such a supportive program. I visited that place on McFadden and Sullivan 4 times. I will not support something I'm not fully aware how successful it is. I have seen that program blossom. In speaking to the director, there's 2,500 children already in the program, 800 ready to go into the fire station. But the key and the flagship that will be the combination of children with a senior program and in the back of substation, because I represent the Santa Ana Healthy Neighborhood Alliance. I am a co-founder. I have lived on South Main for 43 years. If you don't have safety and you don't have health, education will not blossom. We are all tied together. All the 6 neighborhoods are very tied together to the health and safety of our neighborhoods. And having a stellar program like that, a flagship program, would really re-energize not only the South Corridor, but it will be fully blossoming for other children. Yes, there should be design and discussion, but that's the highest and best use. My background is in construction. My family, I've been a realtor for 33 years, and I fully analyze the use of real estate. It is one of the best. I've been on boards of Wilshire Square for 3 years in a row. I've been on the South Main Merchants Board. So I really understand the life, and so I want to really support going forward. I know it's the architect, but that program would turn around. It is such a legacy program that it's amazing. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
My name is Carolyn Killian, spelled K-I-L-L-I-O-N, like billion. I'm representing several groups tonight. The first, myself as an Orange County resident. The second is the general manager for Hutton, a 217,000 square foot commercial Class A office building located at Hutton Center Drive. The third is the manager of the Hutton Center Association. It has 11 different owners, a mixed-use community within Santa Ana, South Ward 4. And finally, as a member of South Coast Metro Alliance, who is a nonprofit organization of property owners and major businesses and managers that work collaboratively with the varieties of entities within Orange County, Santa Ana, and Costa Mesa, the city councils, and their respective departments for police and fire, where we live to work and make our communities a better place. So 3 topics. The first is the item 17 on the agenda. We strongly support the architectural amendment going forward. We've had the pleasure of visiting the McFadden location, and we're amazed by the service program that has graduated many individuals who have gone on to serve our communities in higher situations such as nurses, fire department, fighters, IT specialists, technology experts. Through the collaboration with the police department and teachers and mentors, they've had this place to grow and become better individuals. This would be wonderful in the new location, we hope, fingers crossed, and is not pushed down by other community members. There are several reasons that we want to see this moved into the Cypress Fire Station. Number one, the architectural, keeping the historic value of that building on the outside. And number two, creating this community of growth on the inside. It's so important that we continue to do what has happened at McFadden, but embrace the community for all ages. Second, we want to thank the Santa Ana Police Department, all these fine men and women in our community that are responsible and have been helpful. We want to make sure that you, as board members coming up on the new budget year, make sure that you include monies in their budget for the 23-24 budget year. We were pleased that Councilmember Phil Becerra was able to get the 8 additional officers last year with the vote in with all of you. We know that you all have to work hard and put your names on the line for this. And these men and women do a lot to support us in our communities so our businesses are able to run and function properly. We know that your yes votes will mean a lot to all of us in this community, so we look forward to seeing 7 yeses. Finally, we would like to, while
Sorry,
you're
ma'am,
doing
your time's up.
Oh, sorry.
Jada Lee Verdon, followed by Victor Pan. Please be mindful of the clock. 3 minutes, please. Aren't you adorable? Can you pull the mic down?
Good evening, Mayor and City Council members. My name is Jaylee Verteen, and I am 10 years old, and I am a Santa Ana resident. I am here regarding the agenda item number 17, the Cypress Fire Station. I would like my voice to be heard and taken into consideration on restoring the Cypress Fire Station with a youth space that gives us access to a digital library and programs that are available for us if possible. 7 days a week provided with free Wi-Fi, tutoring, and create a safe haven for me, Jaylee Verdeen, and my friends in my community. Thank you. And I also want to say that one time I was pulled over with my stepdad and there was guns pointed at us and I was really scared. Thank you and have a good night.
Thank you. Victor Pan, please.
Hello, Council. I'm also here to talk about the issue on number 17, and I want to clarify that this young Ward 2 resident, the guns that were pulled on her and her dad were pulled on her and her dad by SAPD. So let's talk about who is SAPD, because we hear you talk about how great they are as if we don't all read the same paper. SAPD, frivolous lawsuits against the city, recalls, constant recalls against council people that stand up to them. The POA is under investigation. Although they do excel, the SAPD is number 8 in police shootings in the country. They're also responsible for the bad state of the building that they're going to be occupying because they did not protect it for 6 years. Up until 2013, it was a national nonprofit that rehabilitated housing. So for that building to have this ignominious end, and have the SAPD walk in is disgusting. SAPD is not your pal. To get to the numbers, I don't know where this number of 8,500 kids are. We called PAL today, and they said that the main space serves 75 kids, and they're open Monday, Wednesday, and Friday from 2 to 6 p.m. And that's a huge building. That's a former library. We have a space that was a fire station. We talked about how a fireman is a hero. They don't go shooting people. They don't go pulling guns on kids. So we need a space that serves the community. And you guys did not vote to give it to PAL. If you remember last time I was here, we were talking about how the residents were excluded from participation, from that we were denied our voice, and that we submitted to a city process recommendations for the building that were not even included in the things that you guys had on the agenda. Those are digital library and technology resources, community technology center, programming accessible to all ages, from children to seniors, technology to access social services, job and civic resources and opportunities, technology training and bridging the digital divide, public meeting spaces for community events, classes and gathering, arts and culture events and programs. These ideas were not just presented by us, they were presented by almost every person who was brought here by the police to talk about Powell being such a great place. Even the Powell people wanted this stuff. And we were told at that meeting that you didn't vote on it, that you would go back and you would assign to staff to come up with other ideas and see how we could work some of these ideas. And the answer was to have the police do seniors. We don't need a space where police indoctrinate our children. We don't need a place where anybody who goes in there is afraid to hold the police accountable because the police are taking care of their kids. So SAPD is not your pal. So we're here today to demand that there be community input that was denied us at the very beginning, that was denied us at that meeting, and it's denied us today. So the only option is to table this agenda item 17 until we can come together, or you'll see more of these. We will not back down.
Sir,
we were
your time
denied
is up.
participation.
Thank you. Your time
Thank
is
you.
up. Thank you. Ray Diaz, followed by Maribel Gomez. Ray Diaz, followed by Maribel Gomez. No Ray Diaz? Maribel Gomez, go ahead.
Hola, buenas noches a todos. Mi nombre es Maribel Gómez. Soy comerciante de la calle 4. Hoy agradezco a Mayor Amezcua. Por primera vez puedo verla en este lugar y al resto de los council members. Hoy agradezco a cada uno de ustedes su compromiso con los comerciantes de los pequeños negocios de la calle 4. Estoy por ahí ya hace 40 años y queremos a nuestra comunidad latina de regreso. Eso es lo que queremos más que nada, que regrese a nosotros y que para ustedes sea una prioridad, por favor, para que nos ayuden a que esto sea posible. El ingreso de nuestras vidas, lo puedo decir en general, es de lo que vivimos de estos negocios. Ese es el ingreso de nosotros, de los pequeños negocios. Les voy a pedir, por favor, que lo consideren y de verdad nos ayuden a que podamos continuar con nuestras puertas abiertas. Muchas gracias a todos. Buenas noches.
Good evening to all. My name is Maribel Gomez. I'm a business owner in 4th Street. Thank you, Mayor Amezcua. It's my first time here. It's great to see you all here. And I want to thank you all for your commitment to support the small businesses on 4th Street. I've been there for over 40 years, and what we want is very simple. We want our Latino community back. We want this to be a priority for you. This is our livelihood. Our income there is what we use to live. So we're asking you to consider this to help us keep our doors open. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Juliet Castro, please.
Sí, buenas tardes a todos. Mayor Amezcua, mucho gusto. Mi nombre es Juliet, residente y fundadora de Medusas Beauty Salon y 99 Mass Mini Market en la calle 4 de Santana. Desde hace más de un año, mi negocio ha sido afectado por el COVID-19 y después meses por el OC Train. Esto es el único medio de trabajo que yo hago todos los días. He estado siendo muy afectado por todo lo que está pasando. Como estilista de Downtown de Santana por más de 20 años, este es el primer año que miro mucha pérdida, de un 80%. Aparte, estoy muy decepcionada que cómo no hemos recibido tanto apoyo suficiente de todos ustedes. Santana es conocido como un México pequeño y miro que está siendo desaparecido. Les pido que no sigan aprobando más construcciones en la calle de Santana. Aparte, no es posible que no puedan mirar que si los edificios están muy viejos, no vaya a pasar de repente un derrumbe. Si ustedes no pueden ayudarnos en lo que necesitamos, entonces ¿a quién debemos de acudir? Esto es algo muy serio para mi economía y mis pérdidas están siendo vistas ahora. Ahora yo les pido en el concilio que nos ayuden más y que no permitan que los eventos sigan pasando cada 8 días. Esto está afectando a mis clientes. Tengo clientes que no solamente viven aquí en Santa Ana, viven de diferentes lados. Es mi único medio de trabajo. Les pido que nos ayuden ahora. Y si ustedes hicieron esto posible de la calle de la 4, que lo reparen y que nos ayuden. También prometieron una ayuda que nos iban a dar desde el año pasado. No hemos recibido nada y las pérdidas, yo les invito a que vayan a mi negocio y que conozcan cómo yo anoto todos los días todo mi trabajo y que comparen de hace 2 años a esta vez cómo está afectado. Todos los días estoy ahí de 10 de la mañana a 6, 7 de la tarde. Entonces no se olviden de nosotros. Otra cosa, la construcción que hicieron está llena de aguas. Eso no es una buena construcción. Si lo hicieron, repárenlo. Gracias.
Thank you. Can I just ask a question? Señora, ¿qué dice su t-shirt, por favor, su blusa? ¿Qué dice ahí? Thank you. Thank you very much.
Good evening, all. My name is Julia, and I am a business owner, Medusa's Beauty Salon, at the mini market. My business has been affected for over a year during COVID, and for a few months because of the construction of the OC train, and we work there every day. We have been affected. I work there every day in downtown Santa Ana. I've been in my place of business for over 20 years, and this is the first time I've seen these big losses, over 80%. You're not doing enough to support us, to give us support. Santa Ana is known as Little Mexico, and now it's disappearing. So we're asking you not to approve any more construction projects in Santa Ana. And if you have all these old buildings there, be careful because they might crumble or fall down in the future. So if you are not going to help us, who can help us? I've seen lots of losses recently, and I'm asking you for help, for more help for us. Don't have events every week. And we need to help us fix this, what you're doing in 4th Street. We were promised help some time ago, and it's not here yet. So I invite you to come to my place of business. There's a big difference between what happened 2 years ago and what's happening now. I'm there every day from 10 to 6 or 7 p.m. And in the construction, there's water around the construction, and if there's water around the construction, it's not well built or well done. So you built it, you need to fix it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We're going to end public comments. I'm going to go into one presentation before everybody leaves because I know it's of great interest to everybody. So we're going to do a homelessness update at this time, and then we will go into consent.
You actually have 2 presentations. Do you
Yeah, I know,
want-
but I'm going to do homeless. So
okay.
then if people want to leave, then we're going to do consent afterwards.
Okay, certainly, Honorable Mayor. So doing the homeless update this evening is Ken Gaminsky, our Homeless Services Division Manager. And if you'll just give us a few seconds, we will load up his presentation.
Yeah, I'm sure.
Good evening, Mayor, council members.
You look so good in a suit. Wow.
Oh, it's cutting off the blood circulation. It truly is an honor again to talk to you this evening about what the city of Santa Ana continues to do as it relates to homeless services within our city. Where'd it go?
Daniel, you should stay close.
I broke it. I always do. It's always my fault. So tonight we're going to be talking about the Navigation Center, the city's quality of life team response to homelessness and effects of homelessness on public and private property, as well as the Homeless Management Information System, which is also referred to as HMIS. As far as Carnegie, our Navigation Center currently has 157 total occupied beds. That's 95 males and 62 females. Mayor, I know that you're really interested in what's going on with the families. So for you and the members of your ad hoc committee, there are currently 11 families with 29 children currently residing in the shelter. Since the site opened, 114 individuals have exited to stable settings, which include permanent supportive housing, traditional housing, moving in with family or friends, and/or other treatment facilities. Homelessness continues to grow in California. While it's not illegal to be homeless, the effects of homelessness are causing concerns not only in Santa Ana, but across the state. In addition, the longer people live on the streets, the more their health deteriorates, and addiction and mental health problems deepen. The 2022 point-in-time count for Orange County showed that 41% of the unsheltered population on our streets have substance abuse issues, and that no less than 29% of the unsheltered population suffers from some type of mental health disorder. The City of Santa Ana's response to homelessness attempts to include a balance of compassionate resources and services to assist the individuals in need, as well as provide corrective actions to address the impacts of homelessness on behalf of our residents and the community. In 2022, Santa Ana Outreach Services included over 9,000 contacts to individuals on the streets of Santa Ana that resulted in over 1,000 individuals exiting from those streets. Many of these individuals accepted shelter at our Navigation Center or found housing with family, friends, permanent housing, temporary supportive housing, or were connected to treatment facilities or hospitals where transportation was generally provided by one of our outreach teams. The My Santa Ana app continues to provide an opportunity for residents and businesses to contact the city for assistance. This past year, the city received 6,407 reports of encampments and 1,846 reports for homeless outreach, of which the Quality of Life team and the SMART team program responded. The city offers tips for businesses, commercial properties, and residents who have concerns regarding issues of unwanted persons or activity, up to and including criminal activity on their properties. A more permanent solution is the city's investment in 489 supportive housing units, either completed or in the pipeline. Permanent supportive housing is a type of service that provides long-term rental subsidies and intensive case management services to individuals who have experienced chronic homelessness and have disabilities, chronic medical conditions, and/or behavioral health conditions. In addition to resources available, the City of Santa Ana also uses a strategy that includes corrective actions to address the impacts of homelessness, such as encampment cleanups and code enforcement citations and fees. The city has jurisdiction to address all homeless-related issues on public property owned by the city, but not public property owned and maintained by other government entities, such as other cities, the County of Orange, Southern California Edison, the railroads. Jurisdictional issues often arise on public property as entities routinely push complaints to other jurisdictions or fail to address the issues that occur on their property. The city must consistently work with outside entities such as SCE, Caltrans, and other government entities to maintain their properties. Unfortunately, we find that on many occasions, other government entities do not place the same sense of urgency on these issues as you as a council and our residents and businesses expect. This leads to frustration among our residents and the city as a whole. Illustrated on this slide is the Quality of Life team cleaning up at Birch Park. The COLT team provided outreach, including shelter and connections to mental health services for those experiencing homelessness. In 2022, the Quality of Life team provided 14,591 encampment cleanups and issued over 1,290 arrests or citations. As I stated before, private property is always an issue when we address these problems. The city does not have the authority to enter private property to address homeless-related issues unless we're specifically requested or have some form of legal mandate to enter. The city works with our business community in an attempt to educate them on small minor alterations they can make at their properties that make their properties less desirous for homeless people to congregate and sometimes cause problems. The City of Santa Ana consistently works with private property owners in an attempt to provide a safe environment for all of our residents. Both code enforcement and the city attorney's office pair to bring about necessary changes on private property. The Quality of Life team's current enforcement efforts on private properties include evaluation and enforcement action at abandoned, vacant, and unsecured structures, including the 322 registered vacant properties within the city. It also deals with commercial, industrial, and main arterials. Currently, focuses are set on the East First Street corridor, including motels and commercial centers where accumulations of trash, debris, and unlawful occupancies have been found. South Bristol Street continues to also be an area of increased attention. That area includes commercial centers who are dealing with the accumulation of trash, debris, lighting, and various different security concerns. At various locations along both of these arterials, we find property owners who have deferred maintenance, and code enforcement continues to work with them to bring them up to code. As you're all aware, the railroad continues to be a problem that we continue as a city to address. So far this year, code enforcement has issued fines to the railroads in excess of $10,000 as we continue to urge the railroad to act as any other property owner in this city and maintain their property. The Homeless Management Information System. HMIS is an online database used by homeless service providers to record demographic and service usage data to provide an unduplicated count of the people using these services. This system, led by 211 in Orange counties, is the response to the HUD-mandated implementation of a database that collects and reports client-level information about persons who access the homeless service system. And this is how HMIS works. Participating agencies gather and enter standardized client-level and demographic data into HMIS, such as first names, last names, dates of birth, various disabilities, races, genders, and whether or not the individual is chronically homeless. Agencies record services and target achievements. The collected data is compiled into reports to better understand the demographic and geographic scope of homelessness and the needs of Orange County. All organizations receiving funding to address homelessness by the City of Santa Ana are required to enter data into the HMIS database and tracked via the interactive link here. What that link will show you is households served, clients served, household compositions, genders, age groups, demographics. It's important to remember that these numbers are for unduplicated individuals. Santa Ana projects currently ongoing are street outreach, including both SMART program and HEART program, the emergency shelter at Carnegie, rapid rehousing, and homeless prevention services. I know you guys had a lot of questions last time. I'm here to answer whatever questions I can, and if I don't have it in my book, I'll go get you the answer.
Thank you so much for the presentation, and I really appreciate you coming to the council meetings as I've requested. I think it's important for the community that it's here and those that are watching at home that they see and hear from the city of what we're doing to address the homeless problem. And it is a very important issue. So let me start on this side. Councilman Penalosa, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and thank you, Ken, for the presentation. Always great to hear from you. And the only questions I had were in regards to the shelter. I know you mentioned that there were 11 pets on site, and I was kind of started thinking in my head the public health aspect of that because it is congregated living. Are we requiring any like rabies vaccinations with these pets that are coming in, flea baths? I could just see that becoming a problem for us.
So when a person is brought into the shelter, both they as a person are evaluated, their animals are evaluated. It's my understanding that they sometimes get together and have group dog washes.
Okay.
Whether or not they require rabies vaccinations at entry, I'm not sure. However, as the client progresses through the system, the service provider works with them to ensure that their animals are licensed, and they have to be vaccinated to be licensed. And that's so when they leave and become more self-sustained, nobody will take their animals away from them.
Got it.
As part of that process. When the animals are inside, so the animals are only allowed to be sheltered in the exterior part of the shelter when the individual is off the property. We'll say had to go to a doctor's appointment or something like that. Anytime the person is at the shelter, they're responsible to care and maintain their animal. Anytime a dog is inside the shelter, they're required to keep that dog muzzled.
But they're allowed inside the shelter, right?
Oh, they actually sleep in the beds
Okay.
with their owners.
Which I'm okay with because
Most of these animals, when you consider some of the trauma that some of these homeless individuals experience, right? We're not talking about just like your best buddy. We're talking about something that has seen some of them through some of the darkest points in their life, right? So when they go to bed at night and having that with them, I honestly believe it's a big deal.
I agree. I didn't mean for this to be a long conversation than needed to. Just wanted to make sure that, we're helping these individuals get their pets vaccinated, the needed vaccinations. And if we need to offer flea baths for them, my dog's pampered every weekend and he has fleas. I don't know how he gets them, but he does. And so I would hope that we're trying to maintain that because I could see that becoming a problem, especially during the summer months. So whatever we're doing, let's, make sure that we accommodate and make whatever resources we can available.
I will check into that and make sure that's done.
And the other question I had is in regards to the $10,000 in fines that the $10,000 that we've fined Union Pacific Railroad Company as of today. To me, that number is really low. You know, when you're talking about a conglomerate, $1 billion that had like a $20 billion profit year after year over the last couple of years, $10,000 in fines. If I'm, who is it, Warren Buffett, I think, who owns a majority stake in Union Pacific Railroad, to me, $10,000 is pocket change, and it's the cost of doing business, which is why we find ourselves providing housekeeping for the people that are taking over the railroad tracks. We come in, we clean, within 30 minutes, they're back there doing the same thing, cooking their drugs, and I see it daily, and I hear from a lot of residents throughout Ward 6 of this reoccurring issue where it's within a matter of minutes. They wait, and then as soon as the police and the public works and everyone is off the tracks, they come back, and we're back to the same. So we're just providing a housekeeping service. So I would hope that we work towards increasing those fines if we can with Union Pacific, because only that way we're gonna get their attention and have them act on permanent solutions when it comes to keeping people out of the railroad tracks. Up along the Orange County Healthcare Agency off Grand, they're fencing, and I'm not sure if that's Union Pacific property or the county property, but their chain link fence has slits, multiple slits throughout that butts up against the parking lot for the Orange County Healthcare Agency. And I've heard from numerous county employees, hey, there's people running through our parking lot, accosting us when we're leaving work, when we're coming into work, breaking into our cars while they're inside their building. And the sheriffs are there, but they're inside the building. They're not patrolling so I see that becoming an issue because of that fence as well. So
I believe that is railroad property fence.
and that's something that through code enforcement, they should be fixing that fence. So
I'll check into that.
I appreciate it. Thank you for that update, but let's just work towards, is there anything we could do to increase those fees?
So I can tell you that the $10,000 is from January 1st. It's not talking about any of the money that they've paid in the past. And code enforcement has taken them to task in the past, and I think we had gotten up to about $150,000 at one point.
Yeah.
I can tell you that the manager, Alvaro Nunez, has created significant difficulties for the railroads through this process, because not only do we mail all of these fines locally, but they're all going back to their corporate headquarters. And every time he sends them a bill, the phones at City Hall ring from the railroad company saying, okay, what do we got to do now? What's the new problem? What's the issue? I think we all agree the railroad tracks are one of our biggest issues within this city. I also believe that the railroad knows what can be done to fix their problems, and it is only a matter of them deciding to spend the money. It is only my opinion that they're afraid to fix our problem, because if they do, other cities will hold them accountable. That's why Alvaro Nunez is working very hard to stay consistent and constant and keep the pressure on them to force them to do what they need to do, just like any other property owner in this city is held accountable for.
I appreciate that. And again, Warren Buffett, $20 billion profit. We gotta do what we can.
So
Yes,
council
sir.
member, just to make sure I don't want you to misspeak, Warren Buffett doesn't have anything to do with Union Pacific.
I thought
He's Burlington.
So that's a different railroad company. Okay. 'Cause
We don't have problems with
I think
them.
when we sued them, you mentioned that it was Warren Buffett whom had a majority. Well, regardless,
Okay.
whoever it is, I'm sure it's another billionaire. So let's just address it. Thank you.
Whoever owns it. And to piggyback on that, can't we fine them every single day, $1,000 every day?
So there's a process that code enforcement has to do, right? They have to go out there, they have to notice it, then they have to send the notice, then it has to
Right.
wait for the time. Now, after the city fines them, then Alvaro Nunez sends his staff out the next day to start it again and start it again. But remember that once they go out and they do provide a cleaning, and they are coming out here several times a week still, our issue is They come out and they clean, and then they leave, and then they come back a couple days later or a week later, and it builds back up again. What we're expecting them to do is be good property owners that maintain their property every day.
That's right.
And so, Mr. Nunez has his staff on a pretty tight leash, making sure they go out there quite often and trying to keep this on a schedule, ma'am.
Thank you. And council members on this side? Councilmember Becerra?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Well, first of all, Ken, thank you for taking my call on Sunday morning. We had a person that I would say we were trying to get housing assistance for, and they were placed in the shelter. And I know that you and I know Terry's been working with them, so I wanted to thank you for that. So you mentioned flood control channels, and yes, we have outside agencies that manage or own them and are supposed to maintain them. You kind of stated the obvious. My residents down in Ward 4, we know that. I mean, you didn't really shed too much more light on what we already see day in and day out. So I'm going to try to go a little further into the story and say, so what now? So what is the plan from the city of Santa Ana to compel the county to do more than once a week cleanups along the flood control channels that they own?
So it is my hope, and I can't speak for the city as a whole, but I can speak to it from my point of view where I sit and try to coordinate things. My hope is that as we continue to work with our new Board of Supervisor member, who has a good understanding of what our problems and issues are, that we continue to have a focused campaign from our residents in that area to continue to alert the county, not just every other day, not just once a week, but every day. Like I see those emails coming through every day. County, you have a problem, you didn't fix it. County, you have a problem, you didn't fix it. I did get an opportunity to read an email today from Supervisor Foley, who said that she was looking into that specific issue to see if there were ways that maybe she could expedite the process on some of those complaints. As a city and as an elected body, as you continue to work with your partners across the street, I think that that will in fact help. I know that the city manager continues to work with the CEO on that specific problem. But having been a former law enforcement officer and somebody who gets complaints a lot, I believe the county would react much as I would have in the past. The squeaky wheel gets the grease. And as long as we continue to bring light on their problems and continue to bring the issue to their door, I believe we as a city are going to force them to be more aggressive in solving their problems in our city.
Well, thank you for that. And I think as you've read certain emails from my constituents, they're not shy about alerting the county about the issues in there. And I'm sure it is daily that they're alerting the county on that. You mentioned permanent supportive housing. And of the entire presentation that you made, I would say that that's one thing I am proud of, in the fact that Santa Ana has provided that. You know, shelters are human warehouses. They're not solutions. And permanent supportive housing is a way to address the root issues related to the homeless, whether it's mental health issues or whether it's drug addiction issues. One thing I would say, though, before anybody starts going gangbusters on permanent supportive housing here in Santa Ana comprises 11% of the total county population. We should not be providing more than 11% of what the county needs when it comes to permanent supportive housing. We will do our part, but I would not advocate for doing any more than our part. So I just want to put that out there for public consumption.
And if I might say something real quick, when you talk about permanent supportive housing or options as it pertains to moving people out of homelessness through the system, the biggest roadblock that any housing agency, housing authority in the County of Orange, or I believe anywhere has, is we have housing vouchers that we cannot fill. We have people that we're ready to move and transition, but we can't find rental properties that are low enough rent for them to move into, or to get through some of the issues like they have an eviction in their past, and it's very hard for a landlord to look and say, to overcome that, right? So as we talk about this issue, and you talk about this with your colleagues across the county, we do have a tremendous amount of permanent supportive housing, but if we are in fact going to move the needle, we need to have permanent supportive housing everywhere in the county, because that's the roadblock we have with our housing vouchers.
You know, and Ken, you make an excellent point there, because I would argue to any other city in the county that if they had the option to provide shelters or provide permanent supportive housing with on-site personnel to make sure that the property is being maintained, that to make sure that there aren't disturbances to surrounding residents or other stakeholders, all day, every day, I can't imagine somebody not wanting to have permanent supportive housing over a shelter. So yes, hopefully our fellow council members throughout the county will become more educated on this issue and look at what they can do in their own jurisdictions. And I'm not going to steal the mayor's thunder, but I know that when she speaks, I know we've talked about, her and I have talked about what they've done in San Diego when you talk about vouchers and how we really need to look at, you know, it's not one size fits all, you know, when it comes to these vouchers. And as you mentioned, Ken, whether it comes to certain personal impediments to actually being able to get a unit, whether it's units being available that accept the vouchers. I mean, there's what San Diego has done and has shown some success in is having that concierge type service with the individuals to check in on them, make sure that they are not just simply getting into a unit, but making sure they're maintaining the unit. And I mean maintaining as in still living in that unit, making sure that the landlord is treating them fairly and respectfully. Jumping to another thing real quick, I wanted to thank the police department for placing the 602 form more prominently on the website. For those that don't know this, the 602 form is a limited authorization arrest form for trespassing. So this allows folks to file the form, which unfortunately it's every 6 months that one has to file this form for businesses, but then PD is able to enter the property. If there is somebody trespassing, they don't need to contact the owner directly as they would have to without it. But could you shed some light on what Santa Ana PD is doing to promote this program? Because I appreciate that after I requested that the 602 form be made more prominent, or at least more easier to find on the website, I've encountered more and more businesses that when I tell them about the 602 form, it's the first time they've ever heard of it. And these are long-term business owners or property owners here in Santa Ana.
I can speak to the police department's community service officers that generally attend community meetings, that is generally one of the items that they bring the paperwork. But let me go back, check with the police department, find out if what their current mechanism is, and see if there might not be a way to add some more light on that process and see if we can't bring it to more individuals.
Well, I'm hoping that as officers are responding to calls for service at these businesses, especially as they relate to homelessness or whether it's the COLT team going out there, that they're also providing that information, because a lot of these businesses aren't waiting for the next community meeting to find out what's going on. They're being impacted, they're getting fed up, and so I think for them to be educated on some of the tools that are available. Now, the 602 form, before you say it, Ken, I'll say it doesn't solve everything, but it is a tool that is at their disposal. So I'm hoping that we can better promote that. You know, I wanted to ask you, because I didn't quite catch it, what did you say the percentage of homeless that are impacted by drug addiction are in the city?
41% of the unsheltered population has substance abuse issues. 29% have some type of mental health or behavioral health issue.
Well, let's focus for a second on the 41%, because you also mentioned South Bristol and you talked about some of the property issues. And as someone that frequents South Bristol daily, I can tell you right now, there's a drug problem down there. There's drug criminal activity, okay? And we're not, I mean, there's been much more attention paid to South Bristol, and selfishly as it should be. It's the second largest sales tax generating area in the city, second only to the auto mall. So I would expect a little attention paid. Anaheim doesn't neglect Disneyland. Costa Mesa doesn't neglect South Coast Plaza. So for everybody that keeps coming to the council and saying, we want things cost money. And that means we need to protect the revenue generators in the city. And South Bristol, again, is number 2, second only to the auto mall. So another area though, and talking about just kind of keeping consistent on on the drug-related criminal activity. 7-Eleven at Main and Dyer. And I want to thank PD for providing me stats. So I asked PD to provide me stats from March 1st of last year to March 1st of this year. So keep in mind, 365 days in a year. Santa Ana PD, for that little itty bitty area, received 213 calls for service. 213. But according to Santa Ana PD, 13 of those were categorized as narcotic activity. I feel like that might be a little underreported there. 46, though, were categorized as disturbances. 23 were related to trespassing. Now, with all those numbers, only 8 citations were issued by PD. 365 days in a year, 213 times Santa Ana PD personnel had to go out to that site, and yet 8 citations were issued. If I was gonna do drugs, this is the place to do it. You're not gonna get bothered. It is smooth sailing. You know, people say, well, why is it not happening in Irvine or Costa Mesa or other places? Because they're not being bothered. And I've heard the whole thing about, well, the state laws, they don't allow you to do as much, the judges aren't cooperative. But for some reason, officers in other cities, they're going out and they're citing these guys. They're not making it easy. They're not ignoring them. When you have 213 calls for service at one place in this city, now I'm sure as staff has provided us information on other hotspots in town, but 213 calls at Main and Dyer at a 7-Eleven. That Del Taco, the neighbor, 213 calls for service. 8 citations. Let that all sink in for a second. 213 calls for service and 8 citations. I mean, a matador puts his cape over a bull more often than that, for crying out loud. So, you know, when we talk about having a homelessness update, I know staff goes, oh gosh, to talk about this issue again. You're right. Let's now start talking about the drug issue that's impacting our city. We have fentanyl in the streets that is significantly cheaper than heroin, 50 times more impactful, and coming down from that, as the LA Times recently reported, is one of the worst things that an individual can come through or could experience, worse than the worst flu that they experience, right? And it's on our streets. The narcotic activity is prevalent. That's what we're seeing in South Bristol. That's what we're seeing in a lot of parts of the city. But when you're only citing 8 times for 213 calls for service, and go down and look at Main and Dyer. I mean, Ken, I know you have, but anybody else, look at Main and Dyer. Trust me, you would sit there and go, really? 8 citations only? So I would just say, as much as we have a homeless problem and as much as what we're doing with the shelters and permanent supportive housing, we need to address the criminal drug activity that is happening. So I won't continue to beat this drum any longer. Thank you,
Yeah, I was going
Mayor.
to cut you off right now.
Understood. Understood, sir.
Are there any comments on this thing? Yes, Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Mayor. Are we gonna get the homelessness report? Is that should we expect to receive that every year?
It will be my goal to ensure that you get that annually.
Okay, perfect, thank you. So I will receive it every year. Thank you. And can we have Cal Optima come to just give a presentation about the new streaming fund that they have to develop a street medicine program?
Okay, I heard have Cal Optica come and have a discussion.
Optima, yeah.
Cal Optima come about a discussion.
Yeah, to present about the funding they received to develop the Medicine Street program. Because I would love to learn more about that and how they're implementing that in the city of Santa Ana.
Certainly, Councilmember, we
Thank you
can
so much.
invite them.
Yes, and then, the fact sheet that you have here, is that something that I can be sent, please?
The very last part?
Yes.
Yes, it should be up on the city's website, but if you don't have it, I will send it to you personally.
Okay, thank you. And then Ken, can you remind us how many beds are available right now?
At Carnegie, 50.
Okay, and then city manager, are we working with the county? It's been really cold and it's been raining and I see people out in the streets. So are we working with any of our shelters to kind of, I know we've been very stern this entire time about only allowing Santa Ana residents or people to that have ties to the city to be able to enter, but because of the weather, have we relaxed any of our rules to kind of?
I'm going to defer to Ken because he has more specific on that, but in general, for the entire county, there is a cold weather shelter that has been opened in the city of Fullerton. And I know Yale right now, they claim to be at capacity. I was able to tour that facility just about a week ago. So I'll let Ken speak to how we're attempting to address due to the weather.
Okay, thank you.
I do not believe that anybody that wishes to go into the Carnegie shelter has been turned away. It's cold. And we understand that people need a place to be. That would be my response to your question.
Okay, thanks, Ken. That's going to be it.
Councilman Fan?
Thank you. Thank you, Ken. I appreciate the presentation. A couple questions. I know some of our residents, because Councilmember Becerra and I, our districts kiss right by the Fairview channel, and we all get those emails. Or hug, okay, let me say use that. But, you know, one of the things that we've talked about before is that the city does not own the channel. We spent a lot of money, thanks to Nabil and Public Works, to put up fencing. I know there was some very minor discussion about our code regarding electric fencing, but I know there's some state laws that may or may not allow it. I would like to continue down that path if it's possible to help protect it. It's really to prevent people. It's a alarm system, really. But I know residents and some staffers have brought up to me this MOU that we have with the OC Sheriff's Department regarding the channel and just overall the police department's jurisdiction over the channel. Having read the MOU, whether it seemed to me that the reason why we have this MOU, as well as other cities with the Sheriff's Department, is to ensure that calls for service are directed to Santa Ana PD rather than the sheriffs. Is that correct, or are you familiar with this? It's from like 2000, so it's 23 years old.
So having discussed this with Chief Valentine on several occasions, and it's my understanding that Chief Valentine has spoken with Sheriff Barnes, the city of if there's an emergency situation that is occurring on the bike trail, on the
Trail,
flood control
channel,
channels, right?
Yeah.
If somebody's screaming, if some emergency is occurring, the Santa Ana Police Department will respond and address that issue without question. If it's not an emergency and it's a normal call for service, it's my understanding that the two departments have an understanding that it is the sheriff's jurisdiction to address. That's why the city put out the flyer saying if you have issues or problems on the flood control channel, contact the Sheriff's Department and the Orange County Flood Control District for maintenance-related issues. However, if there's somebody who needs help and there's an emergency occurring there, Santa Ana PD will go and solve the emergency.
Thank you. And that's kind of the clarification I wanted, because the maintenance and the cost of maintenance and the personnel costs to maintain the channel is still with the county. The city is not paying for that. We are only responding to emergencies. And it's important that we have that ability, because it could be someone involving our resident in that area, and we want to handle it quickly before anyone gets hurt. So I just wanted to bring that up because rescinding that MOU or renegotiating that MOU, or that conversations existed, and I think this gives some clarification as to kind of the limited nature of the MOU. The other thing I wanted to bring up, and this might be toward the city attorney's office and Madam City Manager, as you know, Janssen, now CVS, Teva, and all these other pharmaceutical companies are settling with different states regarding their opioids that they've been pushing on residents and people who have experienced pain, right, over the several decades. And so these are multi-billion-dollar types of settlements. And so to follow up on Councilmember Becerra's comment about narcotics use and other things, I leave it to staff to continue or brief us regarding these settlements, but I do know that these dollars are meant to help alleviate and educate regarding narcotics use and opioid addiction and whatnot. So hopefully some of those dollars can help go to alleviate some of these concerns that we have. And finally, I just want to say that, you know, we heard the percentages, 29% with, I assume, some type of diagnosed mental health issue, 41% with an addiction issue, but the entire community of people who are homeless are people who have no homes. Homelessness is a housing issue. What we see are states like West Virginia, which have the highest rates of addiction and drug use, do not have the highest rates of homelessness, and the cost of living there is lower. So I encourage our community members, the county, and the state to continue to fight for housing development, including supportive housing, including affordable housing, all types of housing, so that we can address this situation. And it's not just a Santa Ana issue, and we should not be the ones bearing the brunt of this. We're doing our part. I just wanted to reiterate. And I appreciate Attorney General Rob Bonta for fighting for these housing developments throughout the county. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm gonna ask a couple questions and then we're gonna move on, okay? So thank you for the presentation again, and I appreciate you. We all appreciate you coming out and giving these presentations. So homelessness in our city, that is one of the biggest things that everybody talks about. Every door I knocked on, everybody I talked to, every meeting I go to. So thank you for all the work that you're doing and that the shelter is doing and that our law enforcement is doing and our code enforcement. And I know every time I meet with Mike Garcia, with you, with others in the housing department, an hour meeting turns into a 4-hour meeting. And we just met with the county to look at some housing, how we can work together with Katrina Foley's office and Supervisor Sarmiento and what the county can do and what we can do. So I'm looking forward to continue those conversations and also look into some type of housing. When I first got elected, I sat up here, we started talking about First Street. I want to thank Santa Ana PD and code enforcement because First Street really is starting to look different. You had indicated it was a narcotic issue. And so Santa Ana PD was out there all the time. I was driving by late at night or in the morning. I was seeing them. I'd stop them. I'd say hello. This last week, I was coming down Bristol. They probably all think I'm a little crazy. Now I flash my lights at them so they don't think I'm some crazy person. They pull over. They know my car. I say thank you. They were cleaning up down Bristol by First Street. They were moving them out. There was a group, but the groups are getting smaller and smaller. And I know due to the weather, they're probably going underneath somewhere, and we can't see them all because it is cold, and I understand that. But on Sunday, and the reason I bring this up because on Sunday, we're moving people down First Street, and I appreciate that, Santa Ana PD, immensely, and thank you. I don't care what anybody says about it. They can bash you all day long. You guys are out there working hard. I was on 2nd and McClay, and I got called by a family to come out there and stand on the corner of 2nd and McClay and watch the activity. And I did, and I was supposed to be at Costco, and I wasn't. I was at 2nd and McClay. And I called in the watch commander. I think his name was Watch Commander Aceves was his name, I believe. And I explained about the homeless and that the woman that was standing on the corner naked, practically I could see everything, was engaging in prostitution. And hopefully they were going to send out a unit because there's children around there and there's families. And so when families call me and say, can you please come to my house? I want you to see what I see. Yeah, I go out there. And that's why I ask for these reports every month, because it's not just the shelter. And I thank the shelter and for all the work that the staff do. It's not just building more housing. It's exactly what you shared earlier about the stats around mental health and drug addiction. We're not going to get rid of it overnight. It's going to take years, and it's going to take all of us together. Mayor Pro Tem brought up Cal Optima. Not only are they doing the program she's talking about, but they're also now going into development, right? So are we meeting with them to look at what type of housing are they developing? We should be working, and I know we are, with BYOC, and we should also be holding the county accountable. We hold them accountable. And I was at a meeting with the school district, the county, the sheriff's department, and Santa Ana PD when we were talking about with Councilman Becerra, and we were talking about the channels where kids are watching adults have sex and overdose and run around naked and goodness knows what else. And so the sheriffs were very clear that day to say, just call us, we'll come.
I don't know who calls them because I don't see them coming. What I do see is our officers out there. And again, it takes away from our officers' time. And so when people say, well, I called them, they don't come. First of all, somebody mentioned earlier about, well, they approved the council before I joined 8 new officers. Those 8 officers have not been hired. And then 20 will retire this coming year. I don't know the exact number. I'm sure it's going to be double digit. And then we're going to have to hire that double digit of officers again. So we're already behind the curve. So when Councilman Becerra is talking about the 7-Eleven, you have restaurants around our city that are closing early, closing their indoor dining. They're being assaulted. I mean, it's just awful. So I do thank you. And I thank you for working with Project Kinship. I know we took a tour, and now when they get out of 550 North Main, out of the jail, Project Kinship meets them there. You guys had worked something out where they can take them to the shelter, and that way they're not on our street. So we're making progress. There are baby steps. And for Project Kinship, that's huge because they meet everybody that walks out of the door of Orange County Jail. And they say, how can we help you? And so the number one issue is housing, right? So the city graciously offered our services to them to say, please bring them to our shelter. And not everybody will go, and not everybody wants to go, but those that do, they are going to our shelter. And I'm glad that Penaloza brought up the animals, because I was concerned when I saw 11 pets, because if somebody gets bit, so I'm glad to hear they're all muzzled. And please get back to us about shots and things of that nature, because we don't need a lice breakout or animal issues. So, I'm focused on the homeless in general, but the 11 families, I know we went to 15 to 12 and now 11. I think last week we housed a family with 4 children. So thank you. I can't wait to hear about this week, what family we house with how many children, because children do not belong in shelters. They do not belong there. And so I really thank you for these presentations. I know every month it's a lot for you to come out, but I want the community, we want the community to hear what we're doing here in Santa Ana. A neighboring city, who I won't mention, said, we've done more for homeless than any other city around us. Rah, 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 us. We've done a great job. And I didn't respond because it wouldn't have been a nice response. So, but I did remind them that please look at what Santa Ana has done. I just joined the council and I've just become the mayor, but please look at the work that Santa Ana has done, because we're on the right path, but we need to hold the county accountable. We need to give our officers what they need. We need to give code enforcement what they need. We need to help our businesses, and it's a lot. And so I'm looking forward to, as time goes on and the community gets more engaged on helping us do the work, that it's gonna get better. And I really like, and I'll close with this, that you put in here the dusk to dawn lights. I live up against like a little channel there. At dusk, my house lights up like the Honda Center. And nobody comes in my backyard or in front of my house unless you call first, because I can see you coming a mile away. So I highly recommend dusk to dawn lights if you own a business or a home, and put them in your backyard. Your neighbors may not like you, but it's okay. Nobody will come in your backyard or come to your front yard. So thank you, Ken, for everything, and thank you to the council for all the questions. I really appreciate it. Thank you. City Manager, the next presentation will be Travel Santa Ana, and then we'll go into consent.
Okay, Honorable Mayor and Council members, we have a special guest joining us today, and I don't know if Executive Director wants to, okay, I will do the introduction. So you have Wendy Haas. She is the President and the CEO of Travel Santa Ana.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. Thank you for the opportunity to present. I'd like to take a moment to acknowledge Travel Santa Ana staff, Board of Directors, and Tourism Marketing District hoteliers in the audience. Thank you for your support. Members of City Council, in your packet you received a 2022 Travel Santa Ana annual report, which highlights the Destination Marketing Organization, lists our board members and staff, and includes information on our budget. However, I know there are new City Council members, so I wanted to give a quick overview of the Destination Marketing Organization. Travel Santa Ana is an independent 501c6. We are funded by a 2% assessment from 17 Santa Ana hotels, which is paid by guests staying at those hotels. And we have an 11-person board of directors. We report monthly and we meet quarterly. Last year, we went through a branding initiative, which involved extensive engagement with the community and stakeholders. As a result, we recognized that a traditional destination logo would not resonate with the community. So we partnered with 4 local artists to create 4 distinct interchangeable signatures. Each signature represents a different aspect of the community. Our branding efforts also provided us with our promise, our voice, and our values and direction on how to position and promote Santa Ana. Here are a few examples of some of the design elements that resulted from the branding initiative. Our Proud Santanero campaign featured 8 Santa Ana business owners. In our campaign, we asked what makes them proud to be a Santanero, and what would they recommend to a visitor. You can view the video via the QR code in the annual report. It is also on our new website and on our YouTube channel. The highlights of our 2022 sales and marketing efforts are also featured in the annual report. However, I wanted to point out a few. We produced a Santa Ana Points of Interest map, which is distributed throughout Orange County and at key tourism-related locations. The LA Magazine campaign promoted Santa Ana as a destination to celebrate the holidays. The campaign ran October through December and included special hotel rates. We also partnered with Brand USA to launch both an individual and an Orange County co-op campaign to promote Santa Ana internationally. This year, we partnered with Orange County Restaurant Association to garner exposure for Santa Ana's restaurants and the destination's culinary offerings during OC Restaurant Week. The partnership allowed any Santa Ana restaurant to participate in the event free of charge. As a result, 20 Santa Ana restaurants took advantage of the opportunity in comparison to only 3 Santa Ana restaurants participating in 2022. Earlier this year, we published the inaugural visitor guide. Throughout the year, copies will be distributed to the 17 Santa Ana hotels, John Wayne and Ontario airports, Visit California Welcome Centers, and other key tourism-related locations. There is also a digital version of the guide, and a Spanish version of the digital guide is currently in production. Last week, we launched the official destination website. For those of you in the audience, you can scan the QR code on the screen to explore. The new website is a valuable resource for visitors looking to discover where to stay, play, eat, and meet in our city. It can be translated into several different languages, with Spanish being highlighted at the top. We also launched Travel Santa Ana social channels, and we encourage the City Council and everyone to follow and tag us. In addition to attending trade shows, we are members of the West Coast DMO Alliance, and we participate in Visit California's road shows to attract meetings and conferences to Santa Ana. We've partnered with Orange County Sports Commission to attract sporting events to the city, and joined Student Youth Travel Association to promote the destination to student travelers. With the approval of our board of directors, we have allocated money in this year's budget for a meeting incentive to attract meetings and conferences to Santa Ana from competing cities, and an event sponsorship opportunity to help support events that bring overnight visitors to Santa Ana hotels. Over the next few months, we'll be adding a mural guide, a culinary passport, and an age-gated cannabis tourism page to the new website.
Great, thank you.
Thank you for your time.
Are there any questions up here? Yes, Councilman Penalosa.
Just a quick comment, Mayor. Hi, Wendy. Thank you so much for all the work you've been doing the last couple of years. Very happy with what I'm seeing so far. In regards to your content, your social media, your website, the only, not a complaint, but just kind of comment that I have moving forward is, as much as I love highlighting all our great restaurants in downtown and around Main Place Mall, the city's 27 square miles with lots of points of interest, down South Main, down South Bristol, West First Street, a lot of the west end of Santa Ana, there's a lot of great restaurants and businesses that aren't highlighted, and even in the map of points of interest, it's heavily concentrated in downtown and Main Place Mall area. So as we move forward, let's just be cognizant of just the large footprint that our city is, and the great restaurants and businesses throughout every edge of the city, so that we're encouraging people to visit all ends of our city and not just one specific area. That's the only comment I had, but I'm very happy with the way that it's laid out, with what I'm seeing, the businesses highlighted, all great. So looking forward to seeing Travel Santa Ana grow as we move forward. Thank you.
Thank you, and I encourage you to visit the new website. There's an extensive list of restaurants, and if we're missing one of your favorites, please let me know and we'll add it right away.
I did this morning, and it's very reflective of the same map that is in this brochure. So I clicked, I looked, but if I'm wrong, please send me a link.
There's over 200 and some restaurants on the website.
Okay, I'll look again, but thank you.
Councilmember Fan.
Yes, thank you, Wendy, for a
I'm
fantastic.
sorry, Councilmember Fan, and then I'll go to Councilmember.
Apologies, thank you.
She's looking at the same direction.
Sorry.
Thank you so much for the presentation. And first I want to just echo what Councilmember Peñalosa mentioned. Growing up on the west side, we have Jiuzhou, we have Favory, some really old school businesses that have been here my entire life. And so I'd love to see them highlighted. And the other thing I wanted to mention is that I want to commend you on the success of your marketing and business work, because I was scrolling on my Google News one day and I saw a list, an article about the 5 best places to visit in Santa Ana. I was like, whoa, that's cool. Who wrote this? And I look, and you go down to the very end and you see it was written, as a Travel Santa Ana item or something. And I think that was really cool that I organically stumbled upon something that you provided and really highlighted our city. And it was just a really fantastic way, because I know if I got it, others have seen it too. I wanted to also ask that I know we have a lot of merchants from downtown who have, are asking for support and whatnot. And, we voted to get rid of the bid at the request of Santa Ana businesses or in downtown. And, but I do think it's important that as we highlight these businesses in downtown and throughout the city, that if there's some way that we can work with, or you can work with our downtown businesses. I do know that there are some representation from downtown property owners on the board, and I think that's great, but if we can work on that relationship, I think it would be really wonderful.
Yes.
But otherwise, thank you so much.
You're welcome, thank you. It's a work in progress, and we are adding businesses. If they're attractive to meetings and conventions and visitors, they can certainly be on the website at no charge. We're funded by the hoteliers. And so we value the uniqueness of Santa Ana and all of its businesses and the people that make up this community.
Councilman Hernandez.
Thank you, Mayor Mesqua. Wendy, fantastic presentation.
Thank you.
Fantastic work. Excuse me. I'm going to just go through a couple of recommendations as to how we can improve the presentation and have more diversity when it comes to this brand. First and foremost, I want to thank you for diversifying the logo of Santa Ana. I think it looks amazing. The only challenge that I see here is the majority of the artists that are tasked with branding aren't native to Santa Ana. They absolutely call Santa Ana home, but there are artists who have been here for generations that aren't having the same opportunities. And it's important that we include them as well, because the oldest murals in Santa Ana and Santana were made by Chicano people. There are 0 Chicanos involved in branding this. And I am all for diversity, but I also don't want to exclude the people that created the foundations that you are highlighting today. So it's very important that when we talk about being a city that has cultures of culture, that we don't forget about those who opened the doors for muralists to be in the city, to paint these beautiful murals on these walls. It was brown men and women who were being criminalized who created murals without permission. At parks like El Salvador Park. Marina Aguilera was one of the first female muralists in all of Orange County, from Santa Ana, born and raised. It's unfortunate that somebody like her could not be a part of this branding opportunity, because she was the first muralist, female muralist in our city. I think that would have been amazing. Yes, but I mean, as an artist to be included for
The
branding.
signature project is ongoing. We see that evolving. We had to start somewhere, and those 4 artists were involved in our branding process. They took the time to meet with us and have a conversation about the branding initiative. So we had to start from somewhere. And it's an ongoing project where we'll be adding different signatures. We see adding a signature from the LGBT plus community and other representatives of the community as well.
Absolutely. Please ensure to include immigrants as well as the Chicano people who, it's very important that we include those narratives since Santana is majority immigrant and Latino Chicano community. It's very important that they're also involved in these conversations. We got to start somewhere, which is why my public commentary is starting here. Following up, we are a culture of cultures, and again, I just need to see more diversity of all of our cultures reflected through this art. There's a thriving Chicano, Latino immigrant community. There's a Black community as well that has contributed to amazing murals in the city. So it's important that we also include all of those cultures. I want to highlight that I'm so happy that you guys are working with downtown businesses. I see a couple of them in the Proud Santaneros, Alta Baja, Charlie's Tattoo, Logan Crow with Frida, Nora Briseño. I would love to see more of our businesses in downtown get the love and respect that they deserve through Travel Santa Ana. If we can bring more people to downtown, it is the center of Orange County. There's businesses who desperately need it. However, my office can facilitate an introduction to amazing businesses that we have, please let me know. I'd love to help. I am really happy with what you highlighted, the sales and trade shows, the appointments, the leads, and the potential hotel revenue of 2.9 is amazing. And I was really happy to see the lists of restaurants, visitors guides, the social media channels. I follow you guys, and you guys have a really amazing and captivating page. And I'm just happy to see more of these presentations come to the council. Wendy, you're doing a fantastic job, and I hope that you take into account the feedback we give you today.
Absolutely, I appreciate it. We're a growing destination marketing organization, and we wouldn't be here without the support of the community, so thank you.
Absolutely. Thank you, Wendy.
Thank you.
Councilman Vasquez?
Just really quick, I love the presentation. If we could market to us, to Santa Ana, and for them to come and see as part of it, not give everybody one of these, but online, and get the word out of how beautiful it is, because I don't think everybody knows the wonderful things we have in downtown Santa Ana. Obviously, we're missing out around. I like to do best day ever, and I'll go to 4 places in Santa Ana, best Mexican places. One time I took out Gustavo Arellano, I took Mark from the Old Vine Cafe, I took the owner of Taco Maria, and we went to the 4 hole in the wall taco places in Santa Ana. So something like that would be also awesome, because foodies are foodies and they enjoy food.
Absolutely.
Wherever it's good.
All right, thank you.
So my final comments are thank you, but I also want to add that you do have some downtown Santa Ana restaurants here. I think it's really important that maybe we can help them now that they've experienced the trolley tragedy. I'm going to call it a tragedy, and everything they've gone through. That maybe we can give them a little push for a couple of months so that we can bring back, and not excluding all the other restaurants, but thank you for the work you do. I want to leave you with this comment only because it's my personal comment, and I'm sure somebody will get offended by it, but I serve all of Santa Ana. I serve, if you're Caucasian, I serve you. If you're African American, I serve you. If you're API, I serve you. If you're Hispanic, Latino, Chicano, Bolivian, whatever you call yourself, I serve you. The one thing I do not use is I don't use the term Santanera. I am not a Santanera. I am from Santa Ana. Some of my family immigrated here. Some of us were born here. And so it's very interesting how I was raised different than other people. So whatever term they were directed to use or how you use it, I would just say be mindful that we are a very diverse community. For example, Floral Park, I don't know if people know this, but Floral Park has a group of residents that every month they pick a different restaurant in downtown Santa Ana,
and they go down there and they spend their money there and they have dinner, a whole bunch of them. And I don't know if people know that. But they don't go in and call themselves Santaneros. They're just Santa Ana residents. And so I am the mayor of Santa Ana. So again, people may get offended by it. It's okay. It's my personal opinion. We all use different words and we all call ourselves different. But if you're trying to sell Santa Ana, and I guess if we just use that term, it may turn some people away, in my opinion. Because if I'm coming from out of state, I may not even know what that means. And so we want to bring people in from all areas and from all walks of life. We want to bring them in from everywhere. So again, thank you for all that you do. It's good. I just actually downloaded the QR and put it on my phone. I can't wait to see the restaurants that you'll be adding on in there and the different events. And I know we've been in the paper. I think we have like one of the top 5 taco places in the country in the paper. It came out in an article, so hopefully that's in here. I don't know. But thank you for all that you do. And I really would like to ask that, if you talk to Mike Garcia and we can give downtown some good PR. It's for a couple months south of Main Street. And I know everybody needs it, but they didn't all experience the trolley. They didn't all experience the disaster. When my family immigrated here, when my grandmother came here, my father's mother from Guadalajara, she was dropped off on 4th Street. She never called herself a Santanera. She was a Mexicana. And she was dropped off on 4th Street. And they told her she was in LA. The gentleman that brought her left her here. So to me, 4th Street is very special. Downtown area is very special. And that's where my family started here. So I'm on my father's side. So again, if you send something to me, please don't send it if it says Santanera, because I'll send it right back to you.
Duly
So thank
noted.
you very much.
Thank you.
Go to the consent calendar. Consent calendar items number 5 through 22 are before us. Council members, please announce any items that you'll be abstaining from due to a conflict, and if there are any requests to pull an item from the consent calendar for further discussions. Do I have a motion and a second to approve the remainder of it? First, let's get some council members. Any items pulled? Councilman Vasquez.
17.
17. Any other items?
Madam Mayor,
Yes.
I'm going to go and pull items
I'm
8.
gonna come this way.
Oh,
I'll be there
sorry.
for you. Mayor Pro Tem? Councilman Penalosa?
Nothing to pull.
Councilman Hernandez?
I would like to see, let me see, I believe this is item 22. I'd like to move forward with the appointment of Oversight Commissioner.
So you're pulling item 22?
No, just wanted to see if we could push it to the front
Yeah,
of the
we're gonna
consent.
get to it. I'm gonna get through this here first. I've been dancing all night. So I'll pull it. Councilman Becerra?
Yeah, I'll be pulling items 8, 18, and 22.
8, 18, and 22. Okay, and then Councilperson Fan, please? I'm sorry.
Pulling nothing, but I wanted to state my recusal from item number 16, as Dudek is, I believe, a client of my employer, Rattan and Tucker.
You're
So-
abstaining from 16?
Yes, and if it is pulled, then I will leave the room while you discuss it. Thank you.
I'm sorry, I can't understand.
If item 16 is pulled for discussion, I will leave the room while it's being discussed.
So far, it hasn't been pulled. Councilman Pelosi, did I call on you? David, did I call on you? Councilman Pelosi? Okay, all right, so we're good, okay.
Madam Mayor, I'll move the rest of the balance of the consent calendar.
Can I get a second? Thank you. All right, council members, let's cast our vote, or we're gonna do a roll call, please, on the remaining items. It's not working, so you wanna do
Okay.
a roll call?
Yes, Mayor. For a motion by Councilmember Becerra, seconded by Councilmember Penalosa, to approve the consent calendar with the exceptions of item 8, 17, 18, and 22 that have been pulled for separate discussion. Councilmember Becerra?
Yes.
Councilmember Hernandez?
No.
Councilmember Penaloza,
Yes.
Councilmember Fan,
Yes.
Councilmember Vasquez,
No.
Mayor Pro Tem Lopez.
Is this to approve the remaining of the
Yeah,
balance
this
of the
is just to
consent?
approve the remaining. So I don't know what.
Yes, go ahead.
I'm sorry, Councilman Vasquez, what is it?
Yes.
Oh, okay, I don't know what was going on here.
Mayor
Okay,
Pro Tem-
Mayor Pro Tem?
Yes.
Mayor Amescua.
Yes. So the rest have been
Motion
approved.
carries 6-1 with Councilmember Hernandez voting
Oh,
no.
I'm a yes. My
Yes,
apologies.
okay,
Yes.
okay.
You
Unanimous
sure?
consent then.
Yes.
I don't know what you thought you were voting on.
You know what? I thought it was item 25.
Oh,
Pulling of
no.
item 25. Yeah,
All right, let's go now. Everybody with me? Okay. See, City Manager, this is why I said no presentation till later. All right, let's start with item 8.
Mayor, if we may, could we do the oaths of office for the board and commission members?
I
or-
can't understand you. I don't know what's wrong with your microphone.
I'm sorry, the oaths of office for the appointed oath board
The
and commission
item's been
members?
pulled for one of them, so we're gonna have to wait on item 22. We can do 6, but item 22's been pulled. So let's do yours, Councilman Fan.
Okay, thank you. If present, Councilmember Fan's appointed member, please come forward. Michelle Cisneros.
Oh, yes. Yes. I am Michelle Cisneros. Do solemnly swear that I will support and defend the Constitution of the United States and the Constitution of the State of California against all enemies, foreign and domestic. That I will bear true faith and allegiance to the Constitution of the United States and the Constitution of the State of California. That I take this obligation freely, without any mental reservation or purpose of evasion. That I will well and faithfully discharge the duties upon which I'm upon to enter. Thank you so much.
Okay, we're gonna go now to item 17. I just want to be clear, as Mayor Pro Tem said earlier, this is to approve an agreement with Dunbar Architect for architectural design services.
Madam Mayor?
Yes.
I had pulled item 8 before. or
Yeah,
we
you
just-
did. We just went, didn't we do? Oh, sorry, go ahead. Me too, I'm all over the place. Let's
Sorry
do
about
item
that.
8.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So this item is the City of Santa Ana's 2022 General Plan Annual Progress Report. So as part of the annual progress report on the status of the general plan, there's a housing element portion of the report, which includes a summary of Santa Ana's progress in meeting its RENA allocation for the current cycle, which is 2021 through 2029. Madam City Manager, has the City of Santa Ana's housing element been approved by the state?
We're very proud to announce we are one of the few that has it approved.
And when did that take place?
July.
July, okay. So, because I took a look at the state's HCD website, and less than half of the cities in Orange County have housing elements that are in compliance, and only over a little over half of the cities in California actually have housing elements that are in compliance. And according to the progress report that's before us this evening, Santa Ana has fulfilled 52% of our total RENA allocation already. 52%. 40% of our low income unit requirements and 38% of our very low income unit requirements. So Santa Ana is, I can proudly say, I think we should all be proud, is that we're on track to fulfill our RENA allocations for this cycle. So far early in the cycle, and we're already on track to meet them. So we have a compliant housing element, along with our RENA allocations, our progress in meeting our RENA allocations. Will that allow Santa Ana to be exempt from the various housing laws that the state legislature has adopted that allows these developments to ignore our local zoning laws?
There actually is one that we would be exempt from that's commonly referred to as the builder's remedy. However, on other ones, there's some aspects that we're researching, but that is certainly something that we should be working closely with our state lobbyist on, because we should, and I know the speaker spoke on that as well tonight, we should be rewarded for that amount of progress, and I'm in full agreement with that. I do not believe the state is giving enough to those very few jurisdictions that are meeting those requirements.
Madam City Manager, I couldn't agree. In fact, it's truly frustrating. And I hope that our state representatives, knowing, especially for the ones that represent us, knowing that Santa Ana has been amazing, not just this cycle, by the way, in the previous cycle where we built 11 times more affordable housing than what was requested or required of us, from the state of California. So we're producing housing. We're not suing the state. We're actually submitting a housing element that's compliant. We are building the units that has been asked of us. And I wanted to thank Mr. Helvig for coming down this evening and echoing some of those sentiments, because yes, we are building, we've been building more than our fair share, and we're on track to at least build our fair share very soon, and hopefully we will stop doing everybody else's homework, frankly. One thing, during the general plan update, I supported our city hiring staff to focus on implementing the EJ section of our general plan. And so in reading the report tonight, I'm happy to see that back in October of 2022, we've hired folks. We've had funding for that. We are actually reorganizing part of our planning division to make sure that we have the staff on board to support implementing the goals that were adopted in the general plan update. I'm also looking forward to seeing the formation of the EJ Action Committee. But I wanted to just get a little clarity. Who will appoint the members of this EJ Action Committee?
I'm going to defer to Executive Director Min Tai, because it's a committee to assist him.
Okay.
Thank you for the question. Our approach to the selection process was one that we wanted to make sure that it's organic. It's something that represented all the community, so we evaluated the city and the various areas of environmental justice concerns. They naturally occur in about 5 clusters, areas that are actually spread throughout the city. Our goal is to reach out to those 5 areas of the city, ask and market the application process citywide. Once the application come back, our staff team will review and do the selection of the committee members based on their familiarity with the EJ issues, and select 5 members representing those 5 clusters. We will include 1 staff member as well as a member from the Orange County Healthcare Agency, as they deal quite a number of issues that are associated with environmental justice in our community. So that is our goal, is to have a 7-member ad hoc committee representing the city on working on advising the council and our community on implementation of EJ issues, as well as engaging our community ongoing for the future.
All right, thank you for that, Director Tai. Well, 2 things I'd like to ask you to consider is, 1, for the application outreach. I didn't see neighborhood associations as part of the list for the application outreach, so I'd like to see them included. The other I would strongly recommend is to inquire about a state partner or someone from the state to serve on this committee, because one of the big concerns in talking to folks about the environmental justice issues impacting our city is that you have a lot of industrial businesses that for them to be able to, and I hate to say it, to pollute, right? To produce the byproduct of their businesses, they are receiving permits from the state. It's not the city that enables them to produce a certain amount of certain toxins. It is permits that they receive from the state. And a lot of times there's a lot of ambiguity or just lack of clarity as to what is happening with the state, especially for those that are being directly impacted by the permissions granted from the state. So I would just ask that, I'm not sure if it would be somebody from DTSC, AQMD, whoever it should be, but I would think that someone that understands the state permitting should be a part of this, because I think for your staff, one of the things that I envisioned for this EJ staff person was to keep the city apprised of what was happening, kind of the same way that your planning division staff would do that in regards to alcohol licenses, again, dealing with the state ABC.
Thank you for that recommendation. So our original vision is to have this core committee to be the ongoing ad hoc committee that meets regularly. Based on the issues that are proposed to be addressed when they involve outside agencies such as DTSC, such as HEMD, there is going to be formation of what we call technical advisory committee to the large committee, so that there could be a small number of group of folks that work directly with those agencies so that we can get their feedback. We would love to have their constant and ongoing improvements. However, I think the expectation that someone from the state would be able to meet with us on a monthly basis, I think maybe not necessarily be something that they want to be involved in, but we certainly will involve them in the technical aspect when we have issues that are addressed directly with them, and I think that will help to focus their involvement and focus how they can help our city.
Perfect. Thank you for that, Director Ty. And, overall, I'm very proud of what we're submitting as our progress report to the state. I mean, if you look through it, from the state-approved housing element, our city's progress on the RENA allocation, our city's accomplishments toward addressing EJ issues, our active transportation improvements, our city's park master plan, to the development of brand new parks in some of our most park deficient areas of the city. This is something we should be proud of that we're submitting to the state. It really is. Just reading through it just really made me beam with pride that these are the things that Santa Ana is doing. We're leading the way in this county and in many aspects in Southern California. So I'm happy to make a motion to authorize staff to submit this general plan annual progress report to the state HCD and OPR and direct staff to proceed with the formation of the EJ Action Committee, which we determined that this action is exempt from further review in accordance with CEQA.
I'll second.
I just have a comment before we vote.
So do I, Mayor.
Okay.
Thank you. Yeah. Min, a quick question on the EJ committee, because, this just didn't happen. There was a lot of work that was done by advocates, by members of this council. In fact, I remember when people on this dais made fun of me for talking about environmental justice issues. And so, people didn't think like that should be a priority that the city or that members of this council prioritize along with other issues. So when we were talking about this committee, it should not just be, council members' best friends on it. It really needs to be our partners with UCI, OCEJ, OC Action Plan, the people that have been there from the very beginning, that have a really great understanding of the issues that we deal with. I agree that the Orange County Healthcare Agency should be part of it. One of the things we found out, because I still work with them informally, is that the county gets money for lead remediation, and yet our city has never seen a dollar of that money. And we don't know how it's spent, and they refuse to tell us how they spend it. And so this is very serious because, again, this just didn't happen. We had to push for this to happen. We had to push for amendments in the general plan. And I want a committee of people that do this work day in and day out and understand the hardships of our city. So thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you. I just have a question, and I'm new here. I just want to remind you. So, the West Cluster, including the Willowwick site and Santa Anita neighborhood, can you talk about that a little bit? Because you're proposing 5 geographic clusters.
Correct. So in each of the cluster has been identified through the general plan update process
Right.
as areas that are impacted by environmental justice issue, either economic issues, socioeconomic issues, environmental issues relating to actual physical built environment disadvantages, such as contamination, air quality issues. So different neighborhoods have different aspect of environmental justice that touches those issues. However, each neighborhood, through our process that we have identified the 5 cluster, we believe that there needs to be a representation from the neighborhood because they are the most directly impacted and they would have the most insightful input throughout this process. So that's our goal, is to be able to get a person from each one of those areas, including the area you talk about on the west
So
side.
the Willowick, I just met with the Garden Grove mayor not too long ago. The Willowick, you'll be chatting with somebody from Garden Grove?
No, this is only within the city
Only
of
in
Santa
our
Ana
side
and
of
our
city
Santa Ana
center.
residents only.
But you're going to be having, so I'm new to this and I have some backup I want to clear. So you're going to discuss Willowick from an EJ perspective, but we're not including Garden Grove.
No, Willowick is not necessarily an EJ issue. It's a park and open space
Mhm.
discussion.
That Garden Grove plays a key role in.
Right. Right now, our recommendation is to have the input from our Santa Ana residents. Of course, if the council desires to have additional membership, we're here to listen.
All right, well, I'll talk to the city manager later about the Willowick. We'll have a discussion about it. Thank you. Any other comments from anybody, questions? Councilman Hernandez?
Just wanted to say, fantastic work, Director Tai. Thank you, sir.
Yeah, a quick question as a follow-up to the requirement that they have to be Santa Ana residents. Where does that leave the professors that we worked with, that we've been in email threads? Yes.
So as I responded to Councilmember Becerra, the core committee will be made up of residents in these areas. The organization that you speak of, we certainly appreciate their input, and they significantly impacted our general plan process. Again, our goal there is, as we go through each issue, such as lead, as you mentioned, that's something we would deal with OCEJ, we would deal as a subcommittee so that they can advise on the technical aspect and bring it back to the full committee. That's how we intend to involve the different parties that have participated in our process in the past. If we were to include everyone, this committee size would be not manageable. So
Right.
we intend to have a core committee with subcommittee working on sub-issues that identify for recommendation to the city council.
Okay, got it.
All right, great, thank you. Item 17, please.
Well, we need to
I
take
think
a
we
vote,
need to
Mayor.
take the vote.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yes. So a
Second
motion by Councilmember Becerra, seconded by Councilmember Penaloza to approve item number 8, the City of Santa Ana 2022 General Plan Annual Progress Report.
So you talk really quick and you talk close, so I can't understand you. I don't know if I'm the only one.
Okay, I'm sorry, I'll try better. The motion by Councilmember Becerra, seconded by Penaloza, to approve item number 8, the City of Santa Ana 2022 General Plan Annual Progress Report.
Perfect.
And is the voting system up?
I can't vote on mine, I don't know.
Okay. Councilmember Becerra?
Yes.
Councilmember Hernandez?
Yes.
Councilmember Penaloza?
Yes.
Councilmember Fan?
Yes.
Councilmember Vasquez?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Lopez?
Yes.
Mayor Amezcua?
Yes.
Motion carries 7-0.
Item 17, please.
Yeah, I called on it. Just to be clear, and we've mentioned it before, this is just for rehabilitation of the building, not to be built out for a purpose of any kind, specific kind? Is it just a general built out?
No, sir. It is actually a build-out as indicated in the staff report. It's the hiring of an architectural firm to do the design of the building, but the purpose of the design is that the site is adaptively reused as a police athletic and activities league, as well as mentioned before, senior citizen programming.
Okay, here's why I pulled it. This would be the third PAL program in the city, also the third in the ward. It's the third in the ward. There's a PAL program at Roosevelt Walker within blocks from that space. There's already a PAL program within blocks. So this is 3 PAL programs with a ward that has 1.5 parks. We share Jerome Park with Ward 5. 3 PALs, 1.5 parks, no libraries. 0 libraries. It has 8 schools. It has Martin Elementary, Roosevelt Walker, Monte Vista, Pio Pico, Lowell, Diamond, Emeka Heart of Mary, Círculos. And we have no library. I grew up at the McFadden Library, that is now the PAL program. I grew up being a learner, being a reader, became the man who I am as an educator, now council member, because of a library, because we used to believe in education first in Santa Ana. We used to believe that we have to make our kids resilient and strong, and not just a few handful, but many of them. We believed that we were the future, and it wasn't about PR with police. That these kids were going to be the ones who led, like my siblings who all became educators, and 4 of my nieces also, we just have educators in the family because of this library that invested in us as people. The neighborhood, what they're really asking for, if you listen to the people who wanted the PAL, what they really want is a police substation. They really just want a police substation. And they're holding the police accountable to sit there and do the reports so they could be visible in their neighborhood. This is why they want that PAL program so bad. They were already at Roosevelt Walk. They're already there. And we could use it. Look, if we're talking about between PAL or library, I'm like, library? I'm not going to say anything bad about PAL because I don't know. But I want some measurable outcomes from PAL. I want to know why they're priority over a library. Because I'm thinking library here, PAL over here somewhere. They only serve 75 youth at McFadden, probably 25 at Roosevelt. We need those digital libraries that we're asking, and a library in full in this ward. This is a ward that's impacted by poverty. It's dense, probably the densest part in the city, where we have 3 to 4 families living in a family unit. This is an immigrant community that needs those books. Those kids need to be educated, need to be able to read, where they're there every day, not just 3 days a week, not just 4 hours, but the seniors will come and read, the family, the parents, everybody can read 6, 7 days a week. We really need to invest in us as educators, as learners, as the future, and not just be a program of 3 days for the limited resources we do have. If we could have like a mobile station outside of the shopping center across, I'm sure the owners of the shopping center would love to have a mobile station across the street from there where we see the problems of drug selling. It would be a better use to have the police across the street in that area and have a digital library for our families, just because we need it. Once again, I wouldn't put a PAL program in Delhi instead of a library. I'm very proud of David for putting a library at Delhi. I wouldn't take away New Hope Library in place of a PAL program. This is things that we wouldn't do. We have to really use our limited resources in this area that has no resources, very little. And this is a very impacted community. This is where, I know this community because I grew up here, I bought my home here, and I live here. And I know when I talk to the kids every day who live in this community and how they live, and to build another whole building for a handful of youth is not equitable. We really need to do better, and I hope we can work it out. I'm gonna go ahead and vote yes. No, you know what? It's no, because you're gonna build it out to the PAL program. I want to pull and table this, and let's talk about it. So I called to table this.
Point of order,
I know,
Mayor.
but you gotta hold on. Go ahead, Cons.
Madam City Attorney, just for point of order here, I want to remind our colleagues that this isn't to discuss a use for the building. I know staff's been working for over a year now. They've received direction to move forward with previous direction that we discussed here, and this is simply I want to make sure we're not violating the Brown Act or not properly giving notice to our residents about potential conversation that's now occurring, but this is to approve an agreement with Dunbar Architecture for architectural design services for the historic Cypress Fire Station. Can you chime in, please?
Councilmember Penaloza, you're correct. As indicated in the staff report, council did consider the use of the building on August 16th, 2022.
You're gonna need to speak louder next time, okay? So we heard you, but just speak louder. I don't know what it is, but you all talk softly like this, and we can't hear you. So
Okay.
thank you for the point of order. This is not about the PAL, this is about the architecture. So Councilman Penaloza, Becerra, excuse me.
And
I'm sorry.
Mayor, really quick, and just to clarify, there is not 3 PAL centers in Ward 2. There's currently 1 and a temporary location at Roosevelt Walker Community Center that is temporary until the second permanent center is open. So there would only be 2, not 3. But anyways, that's it, Mayor. Thank you.
Councilman Becerra?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. If you tuned in and caught Councilmember Vasquez's comments a little late, you would think that we were opening up 10 liquor stores in his ward. We're opening up PAL centers. And I'll tell you right now, I don't have a library in my ward. I don't have community centers in my ward. And I also don't have PAL centers, but I would love to have some PAL centers. And I know that many of my constituents would embrace them enormously. And just like constituents in your wards has embraced them as well. And if you were here back on August 16th, 2022, this chamber is filled with people asking us to bring PAL to this facility. But as Councilmember Penaloza said, we're not here to talk about PAL. We're here to talk about Dunbar Architecture having this contract. So I don't know if a motion's been made or not, but if not, I'll go ahead and move the item.
And it has not been, is there a second?
I have a.
Yeah, I'm gonna do
Before that-
comments first.
The only issue that I have with this, and maybe, I don't know if it's CDA or Public Works who would oversee this potential contract, but I don't like the 5-year, and I know we discussed this during our one-on-one city managers, and thank you, you did. I know it's not saying that they're gonna take up to 5 years, but why give them 5 years to complete any design process? I mean, that's what I don't understand. Again, private sector, I need things done yesterday. I mean, 3 years to me is a lot, but here we're asking for 5. Can we just go over that detail?
I will ask Executive Director Nabil Saba. They would be involved in the project through the duration, and I think Mr. Saba was being very conservative and not wanting to have to come back with an amendment to the agreement, but I will let him speak for himself.
So before you speak, there might be other questions, so if you don't mind. Councilman Hernandez, if you have a question?
Yes, thank you. Madam City Manager, this is a clarifying question, Councilmember Vasquez, goes to both of you. There was a motion on the floor by him. My clarifying question goes to you. If this were something that were pushed down the line to have community input, to engage the constituents of Councilmember Vasquez's district as a newly elected member of this council, is that an option that this council does have?
Well, you as a council body you have that available to you. I would recommend against it because of just the long amount of time. We have been working on this building for several years. We at one point were directed to do an RFP to put it up for sale. Staff went through that process, had a respondent for that. Council changed direction on that, and on August 16th, the staff report that was presented to this council said, would you like us to use it as a PAL, or would you like us to do an RFP and program it with a nonprofit? And we received majority direction to move forward with a PAL. So delaying it anymore, it's been delayed significantly, and the other reason is we have had vandalism. You've heard about that tonight.
Okay. Councilmember Vasquez, I know you have a motion on the floor. Would you be open to a sub-motion to bring this item back at a later date?
Sure.
With community input from your constituents?
I do.
Okay, I would put a sub-motion on the floor. If that's something that you're supportive of, there's a sub-motion on the floor.
Great, there's comments, Councilman Becerra?
I thought Councilmember Vasquez made his motion first. He did speak first, so I feel like he made his motion first, so. Actually, that would be the mayor that decides if it died or not.
Yeah, you don't speak for me, so I just want to be clear. And I don't want this to turn into a huge argument, okay? So
we're gonna go back and forth. What's up here is you have nobody, some don't want PAL because it's police. Let's cut all the BS out. It's police. And there's people up here who think police are the problem. When we all know, and those of us that grew up in recreation sites, and that's good that you went to a library every day. I did not. And I'm still a very successful woman. I did go to the recreation center, and I did a lot of other things. And I had positive contact growing up with the police and negative contact. So this is about police because we don't want PAL and we want something else. The council, before I got here, before you got here, Councilman Vasquez, they agreed. I watched the meeting from home. It was voted on. So I'd like council to, our city attorney here, to talk about where we're going to go next because it was voted on. There was an RFP that went out. Correct me if I'm wrong.
Just one slight correction. There was no vote taken. It was direction. But
Okay.
at the end of the meeting, the mayor summarized that I had received the clear direction.
And so you went, put out an RFP. That is correct. And I heard a community member earlier said even a business from Santa Ana had applied for it. So there's all kinds of things happening here. And if the community needs to give input, I welcome it. I'm sure we all welcome it. But from both sides, you need to hear from both sides, not just the anti-police side. And because one person had a bad experience at PAL, doesn't mean I was at the McFadden PAL Center, I think 2 weeks ago with Councilman Penalosa. It's a great program. And everywhere I go, people are asking it to have it throughout the city. So I just want to be clear that I don't want this to turn into a debate. So I want some direction from you on where we go next.
Mayor, as I stated before, today we are here to consider this agreement and whether to approve this agreement. I would ask if the clerk could tell us the motions that are currently on the floor.
Yes, the first motion I heard was from Councilmember Vasquez to table the item. Did not hear a second to that motion. Then Councilmember Becerra moved to approve the item as presented. Again, no second was yet provided. Then Councilmember Hernandez provided a substitute motion to continue to a later date. And again, no second.
Madam Clerk, if Councilmember Hernandez provided a quote-unquote sub-motion, it wouldn't be a sub-motion because the previous two motions didn't receive a second, so it would just be a fresh motion, correct?
And forgive me, Madam City Clerk, I did hear a
I
motion.
was waiting for an answer.
If neither of the first two motions received a second, then there would be no motion on the table.
Well, no, but Councilmember
Until
Hernandez.
I second Jonathan
Okay,
Hernandez's
hold
motion.
on. Hold on one second. You guys let her speak. If you don't let her speak, then we can't move on. And Bill, you can sit down for a minute. We're not going to probably go anywhere right now. Thank you. Have a seat while we figure this out as adults. So
yes.
You're gonna give your information, and then you, as our city attorney, is going to give some direction, please. Thank you.
So yes, the first motion to table with no second, the second motion to approve with no second, the third motion by Councilmember Hernandez to continue to a later date. Now hearing Councilmember Vasquez seconding that motion.
Okay, so just so I understand, I heard an amended motion come from Councilman Hernandez to amend Councilman Vasquez. So did you hear something different? I want to make sure we're doing it right, So
I have a different account. When Councilmember Becerra made a motion, I heard a second on the other side.
Yeah, it came from Penalosa. You didn't second it? I didn't either.
I saw and I heard a second.
This is why we have to have order, and as the mayor, I call on you to speak. You don't just speak out loud, because then we have control of the meeting. So again, we could sit here all night and debate this issue and look really ridiculous to the community that we can't be adults up here. So let's try this again. City Attorney, what I'm asking you is, what is your direction now?
Well, Mayor, if there were two motions, none of which were seconded, and there's a third motion on the floor with a second, that is the motion that should be considered unless there's a substitute motion.
Great. And your motion was?
To table the item for a later date. and to come back with community options from the council member to engage his constituents.
To discuss architectural design, because that's what this item is.
Yes,
It is not about use. It is architectural design.
absolutely. That's exactly why I was asking for it to come back. Maybe the community has a different look as to what the architecture should look like on the inside.
Architectural design.
Yes.
Is there a second?
I have a comment.
Hold on. Your second. Okay, so now we have a first, a motion, a second. Is your comment gonna take long?
Do you ask every council member
No,
that?
but I just want to move on from this issue, so I don't want to
I will
be all
make my
night.
comment brief, thank you.
Go ahead.
So, city attorney, please share the rules of decorum with the council. I know that there are new people here, and clearly we need it. I believe that we should all be respectful to one another, and I did nothing to warrant that response. I was not speaking for anyone. I was just giving my comment on what had happened here about the motions. So I do ask that people are respectful, because again, I've done nothing to warrant that behavior towards me or that type of response. And the disrespectfulness that is happening on this council, that is what's making people look silly. So please share the rules of decorum. Thank you.
You can share them at another time. Let's move on with the vote, please.
Mayor, I would like to, may I?
Yes.
I would like to offer a substitute motion to approve an agreement with Dunbar Architecture for architectural design services for the historic Cypress Fire Station in an amount not to exceed $434,880 for a 3-year term, with an option to come back to us if a 2-year extension is required.
I'll second that.
Okay, so now we have two motions on the floor. The sub-motion, yes. So let's vote, please, on the sub-motion. Mhm.
The vote is for the sub-motion by Councilmember Penaloza, seconded by Councilmember Becerra, to approve the agreement with Dunbar Architecture for a 3-year term with an option to return for an additional 2-year term if necessary. Councilmember Becerra?
My device is working, but yes.
Councilmember Hernandez?
No.
Councilmember Penaloza?
Yes.
Councilmember Fan?
Yes.
Councilmember Vasquez?
No.
Mayor Pro Tem Lopez?
Yes.
Mayor Amezcua?
Yes, I support it.
Motion carries with a vote of 5-2, nays by Councilmembers Hernandez and Vasquez.
Thank you. Let's go to the next one. It is item
Item
18.
That would be me, Madam Mayor. So thank you. This item is the agreement to extend the license with SoCal Edison for the Bristol Alton Bike Trail property at the entrance. So the property that's subject to this agreement is in my ward. The stated use of this property is for park and public recreation purposes only. Unfortunately, as we know, that's not the only use occurring on the property. And because of that, we have fencing that Public Works has put up. So we have quite a bit of criminal activity that stages at that particular spot, which sans the activity, it's a beautiful spot. It's got landscaping, it's got trees. Unfortunately, the activity that's taking place there is not such that we would see it as park and public recreation. With that being said, so city staff had fenced the property. So what I would like to know, so section 6 of the proposed license agreement states that the licensee, which is the city, must submit for licensors prior written approval, complete improvement plans, including but not limited to grading, lighting, landscaping, grounding, and irrigation plans identifying all existing and proposed improvements. So the reason I'm reading that out loud is I'm asking, has the city submitted those improvement plans to SoCal Edison? Because I pray the chain link fence is going to be very short-lived.
All right, now I will ask Executive Director Nabil Saba to approach the mic one more time.
Good evening,
Thank
Mayor,
you.
Mayor Pro Tem, member of the City Council, Nabil Saba, Public Works Agency. Councilmember Becerra, I believe that we coordinate with Edison on whatever happens in that area. I know we fenced it, and I just checked with my my director, or Mike Ortiz, our Parks principal engineer, and he just assured me that we do have plans to redo the fenced area. So to answer your question, most likely we do coordinate with Edison according to this long-standing agreement, but I'll have to come back to you and make sure that we are coordinating. We have not had issues with Edison doing work in that area. I could assure you of that.
Okay, no, that's wonderful. I'm glad to hear that the city has a good relationship with Edison. So can you give me a timeline so that people can hear when improvements will be made to that property?
3 months.
3 months?
Yep.
All right, so we're at the end of March, April, May, June. So the end of June, we're going to see a beautiful remade area over there?
You will.
I appreciate that. Thank you, Director Salva. With that, I'll go ahead and move the item.
You said that in
I'll
public,
second.
3 months. I'm sorry, go ahead.
I'll second the
Your
motion.
second. All right, let's prepare to vote. If there's no other comments.
A motion by Councilmember Becerra, seconded by Councilmember Penaloza, to approve item 18, to extend the license with SoCal Edison for the Bristol-Alton Bike Trail. Councilmember Becerra?
Yes.
Councilmember Hernandez?
Yes.
Councilmember Penaloza?
Yes.
Councilmember Fan?
Yes.
Councilmember Vasquez?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Lopez?
Yes.
Mayor Amezcua?
Yes.
Vote is 7-0, motion carries.
Thank you. Item 22.
Mayor Mesqua, I pulled this item. So this is a nominee for the Police Oversight Commission. And so when Councilmember Penaloza and I first proposed a Police Oversight Commission here in Santa Ana, it was not to begin a process of dissolving or eliminating our city's police department. It was proposed to strengthen our community's confidence in our police department and to provide a forum for our residents and our businesses to give input into improving how our police department serves our community. So when the City Council unanimously approved the ordinance that established this Police Oversight Commission here in Santa Ana, it stated the establishment of the Santa Ana Police Oversight Commission will support democratic governance and lead to an even more professional, well-managed, accountable, and highly functioning police department. Santa Ana residents and the City Council desire a highly resourced and effective Police Oversight Commission to improve law enforcement operations and sustain community trust. Nowhere in the ordinance does it suggest dissolving or eliminating our police department. Now, those who are nominated to serve on this Police Oversight Commission should understand the intention and purpose of the commission that they wish to serve on. The nominee, Fernando Delgado, does not. It is one thing, though, to be critical of our police. That's fine. It's another, though, to share posts on social media. And I'm going to show this briefly because it is vulgar. But in short essence, it says, F a cop, F a cop, F a cop, F a cop. Can I see that? Sure. Again, I've spared everybody the full vulgarity of what Mr. Delgado decided to share over social media. So does that sound like somebody who wants our police department to improve its law enforcement operations? So, and if somehow, if that wasn't enough for my colleagues, perhaps this post, which thankfully doesn't have any actual vulgarity on it, but what it does show is this is something that was posted on International Day of the Woman. What is it? Well, as you can see, it's a communist Viet Cong militia woman with a gun and a bayonet pointed to the back of a captured American soldier on a rice field during the Vietnam War. The communist Viet Cong killed over 58,000 United States service members and thousands more Vietnamese civilians. Here you go. This commission is too important to appoint people who have stated such extreme biases against all police and who do not share this council's intention on the Police Oversight Commission of improving law enforcement operations and who has expressed support for the communists who murdered They murdered thousands of Vietnamese and Americans. So, Madam Mayor, tonight I will not, in good conscience, support the nomination of Fernando Delgado to our city's Police Oversight Commission.
Thank you. Are there comments? Any other comments? Councilman Penaloza?
Thank you, Mayor. I want to thank Councilmember Becerra for pulling the item. I did receive an email about another post that was shared from the nominated individual. That was in regards, so when we first brought this police oversight item forward, the whole intention and the community's intention has never been to be punitive, has never been to be a disbandment of the police department, an attack on the police department. It was to build that trust in the community. And last fall, there was an officer-involved shooting outside the DMV. At this shooting, the person that got shot or killed by our police department was a big problem on East First Street that was contributing to a lot of the problems that we were seeing there. This individual pulled a gun on one of our officers, and our officers acted rightfully and took care of this individual because there was other lives at threat. And I want to thank our officers because they put their lives on the line every single day. There's a lot of dangerous people out there, and you know, sometimes they're not thanked enough. So I want to thank them for that. But I know the email that was sent to me was that the applicant went on a social media negativity rant on the scenario before even knowing the circumstances, before even knowing what transpired on that day. And it's unfortunate that our officers had to go through it, and it's unfortunate this gentleman got killed, but you know, was a result of something that they're trained to do, and somebody pulls a gun on our officers, I expect them to probably do the same. So I don't want to see someone on the Police Oversight Commission going out and lambasting our officers before facts are even known, before there's an investigation, and just immediately, you know, crying that this was done in ill faith by our police officers. So I want to thank Councilmember Becerra for bringing this forward. I also cannot support this appointment.
Thank you. Are there any other comments?
I'll make a comment, Mayor Mesqua. And thank you, Councilmember Becerra, for bringing this forward. There's always going to be differences here at the dais when it comes to policy. But one area that I hope we can always have a commonality on is when it comes to injustice. I do not condone what was shared in those messages. I do not condone the murdering of innocent people, whether it be in the United States or whether it be in Vietnam or in other countries that have also been oppressed. I do not condone the loss of innocent life. I do not condone either as well using messages that can incite violence. But I do want to share why I moved forward with looking to appoint Mr. Delgado. For one, I did not see the social media posts that you guys shared, so I want to be on the record about that. Number two, Mr. Delgado is a resident in our city. He is a father, a compassionate and dedicated father, and is doing a wonderful job raising his son to be the future. His role as an educator and working with children is part of where my decision came from. His approach to working with vulnerable people in our community as a community organizer is part of where my decision making came from. I saw him work on the ground over many years, helping children and families during the pandemic, during the 2020 killing of George Floyd. I saw Mr. Delgado bring about many forums so that young people and people from our community can learn about how they can get involved. This is precisely where my decision-making came from. It was how he went about having the community engaged. And what I think he would offer a value to this commission was a different insight to very complex issues. I can't speak for him, but I am ashamed to see an image that is associated with pain being shared by somebody that I do respect. I don't hold him to that mistake. I do hope that he can challenge himself to be better, to not support somebody that did murder so many people. Although that, I don't know what his reasoning was. I can't speak for him. But what I can say is my office does not condone that. And I'll be the first to tell you that. This certainly is not a reflection of who I have seen him to be. This is certainly not a reflection of what I know him to represent in our community. Many of us here have a different opinion when it comes to the loss of life. I speak as a victim of police violence. I know it firsthand. When my cousin was murdered by Anaheim, I knew that coming out and saying what I saw was going to have a very adverse effect on my career. But I was willing to accept whatever came with that. So I do want to note that although I don't agree with his language and how he described, his dissatisfaction with police, I don't like to use those words when I talk about police. I'd much rather prefer to treat people as human beings, even when I disagree with them. So in this instance, I do want to say that I am ashamed of what was shared up here. It certainly is not a reflection of Mr. Delgado. I am somebody who believes in redemption and second chances. I would urge my colleagues that this is a learning opportunity to have people be better. These conversations need to happen. Again, I cannot speak for Mr. Delgado. If there's an opportunity for him to speak here, I would like to give it to him.
Mayor Pro Tem Lopez.
Thank you. So we all have, the right to interview people. I don't know what processes each council member goes through. But, I heard the word professionalism when they were reading the ordinance, right? And in my mind, I'm like, what a joke after what just happened. How can we expect our residents to be professional when we don't set a good example up here? And this is the double standard that I've always talked about sitting on this chair. The expectation that this body has of its residents when we know we've discussed issues up here, that council members here, are not abiding by the ethical code or are not abiding by the rules of the Brown Act or really basic California state laws that we have in place here. So, I think a big part of why everyday people hate politicians is because of the grandstanding that they do, the waste of time that they put people through, and really thinking that they're better and that they know better than anyone. And, it would be, this to me is like me telling Councilmember Peñalosa, hey, you need to remove Tim Rush, your commissioner, because he has aligned himself, with Mr. Serrano, who's trying to recall two principled, good council members of this dais. But I haven't done that, and I'm not going to do that, because I understand that Councilmember Peñalosa can appoint anyone that he wants to his commissions. So we have all given each other that liberty to do so. And if Councilmember Hernandez has decided that this is the person that he would like to appoint to his commission, I'm going to support that. Because if we want to go down the path of now analyzing every single appointment, then we should do that from the very beginning with every commission for every seat. I don't have an issue doing that. And, lastly, I just want to state that the work that I've seen Mr. Delgado do, along with his son, along with his family, the work that he has done in the community that he lives with his residents, I can tell you right now, because I've spoken to them, I've been on the site, they do their own movies at night because, that's a part of the city that has not been programmed. they respect him, and they appreciate all the work that he has led in his community. And that is the Mr. Delgado that I know. And so maybe this is going to be a learning experience for Mr. Delgado, but again, I will be supporting this appointment. Thank you.
Any other comments? Mr. Vasquez, Councilman Vasquez.
Thank you. I also want to be witness to Mr. Delgado. I know him as a stand-up man and a great teacher, which he was he was a teacher and then he was a community activist, and he does good work. And I've seen his work, and he has courage, and he's a great father. And I just want to make sure that his character, I think wholeheartedly, he's a good person. And sometimes when you see death, unjustified killings of young black men or young brown men on the streets, you're going to have a justified rage when it's systematically happening and it's in our neighborhoods. And sometimes you pour it out in a negative way, or sometimes you pour it out the right way. I know there was George Floyd was killed. We were all outraged, and Santa Ana took to the streets. And we had a council member, I'm not naming names, called the protesters animals. And everybody jumped on him. I'm like, no, if he says he's sorry, I'm going to take him at his word. He'll become a better man, and we'll move forward. And I was good with that. When he apologized, I was good with his word, and we moved forward. And that's what I hope we could do with Mr. Delgado, because I've seen his work as of late, and I'm very impressed by Mr. Delgado and his work as a member of a nonprofit here and as a father, and I hope we could push this forward. Thank you.
No, you go ahead. I'm going to go last, and then we'll vote.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you for everyone's comments. I do have a question, and this might be to the city attorney or Madam City Manager. For the Police Oversight Commission, we're doing specific investigations, right? We're looking for fairness and all of that stuff. Is this going to be do you perceive any potential issue of someone? Does this give concern to cases that might go before the Police Oversight Commission if somebody has these types of, comments in public or anything like that?
I think that whenever you have anyone sitting on a commission or a committee, potential bias, it could be an issue. But I think typically that is, on a case-by-case basis. So, that's...
So we're more concerned with, say, if there's a case in front of the commission and a commissioner makes comments or posts that maybe seem as biased or unable to make a fair review or decision regarding that case, and that might be more of a concern rather than a general free speech type of situation.
I think you have to weigh the rights of someone's free speech versus whether or not there is a bias that would not allow them to be fair.
Thank you. So that's helpful. I asked these questions because when we were looking at doing the Police Oversight Commission, the goal is, yes, to have community input as well as to ensure that everybody gets a fair shake, right? It's to make sure that when our officers, if they are unfortunately facing such an investigation, that they feel that it is fair. I want to reiterate what Councilmember Lopez mentioned, that we each have our own process for asking, getting applications and reviewing and interviewing folks. In fact, I just did a public post about applications, and I respect that very much. I respect that we all have the reasons for why we want to nominate somebody. And, those reasons can be because they align with your values, your ideas, you think they're great. I know Mr. Delgado personally, and he has been a great community rep and leader when it came to parking issues, it came to rent stabilization, and all these other issues. I am really disappointed, however, as the obvious Vietnamese American on this dais, everybody has their free speech and are able to share what it is that they feel about any type of situation. I support that, but to see the promotion of that kind of violence that is very deep to me and my family, that's really disappointing, and I wish that didn't happen. However, I do want to say that in the past, we have, as this council, refused to appoint an individual who we did not feel should be serving on one of our commissions, and I think that was Mr. Doug Beaver from Cherry Aerospace, because he was involved with a company that was sued for water contamination here in the city of Santa Ana. In an effort to give Mr. Delgado the opportunity to speak for himself and to demonstrate what he feels, I would like to make a motion to continue this item and ask that Mr. Delgado maybe come, and if you're okay with that, to talk about this issue, because I do believe that we all make mistakes, and it might not be a mistake. I'm not saying that it is, but I would love to hear what he has to say about that item, because as Councilmember Vasquez said, when somebody spoke honestly and from the heart and apologized for statements or anything else, I hope, at least I do, take them at their word and try to move on. So that would be my motion. Thank you.
So, Councilman Becerra, did you make a motion? And you were second?
I had expressed that I could not support him at that time.
Just confirm.
I'll make a.
So I'm the last one to speak, and then she made a motion, so, I mean,
I was going to make a sub motion.
okay. Give me 1 second, and then you guys can. So, we all have a right to recommend people to be our commissioners. And I appreciate the fact that, in the very short time I've been sitting here, my commissioners were appointed. I also look at all their social media before I appoint them. I didn't find anything, so if I missed something, please tell me and share with me. The reason I'm not gonna touch the one that says F a cop, because everybody knows how I feel about that. And no, I'm not preaching, and no, I don't think I'm better than anybody. I'm not a princess. I've been working a long time, taking care of myself. But let me just say this. And I met Fernando only once. I've never met him before. We had a great meeting. He works for Accord, by the way. He no longer teaches. He works for Accord. I don't think he teaches for Accord. I think he does something else. Mr. Delgado does. I had a great meeting with the Accord staff for an hour. So when I went to Washington, D.C. for the mayor's conference, I was out there with my staff at almost 11 o'clock at night, trying to find my family's name on that wall. Because whenever anybody in my family goes to the Vietnam Wall, or the wall in Sacramento where the soldiers' names are, we always go visit, and we take a picture, and we send it to each other. Because as I've said many times on my mom's side, I have so many family members in the military, and some of them have died. So this one is very personal to me, not because I think I'm better than Fernando, and not because I'm perfect, but because my family was never brought back from Vietnam. And I don't know who this guy is, and I don't get emotional, but this one's a hard one for me. I don't know who this gentleman is, and I hope it was just a picture, and I mean, I don't know how, it must be very difficult for you, for all of us. So I know
I was at the wall at 11 o'clock at night taking a picture of my family's name that is on that wall that was killed in Vietnam. And I was a baby. I think my mom was pregnant. But it was her best friend and her cousin, and there's 3 of them there. And 2 came home, and 1 never came home. And that is why when I stand up to do the Pledge of Allegiance, it's powerful to me because I love my country, because my family has served and died. And I have family that have come back from the Iraq War. My stepfather, my mom's husband, died when he came back from one of the wars that he was in the Marine Corps. He died when he came home. He got cancer. So this to me is very personal. And Councilman Hernandez, I appreciate your honesty that you didn't know, and you have your own pain. Yeah. And I have family that have been traumatized by law enforcement too. Again, I'm not a Kardashian. I don't come from a perfect family. But I'm never ashamed to tell you where I come from. But this one to me, and I want to say, I met Fernando. I saw videos when I was running, and I got bashed or whatever. I was a puppet for whoever. And I'm not. But it didn't matter. I still met with him for an hour and with the Accord staff. And again, we had a great meeting. But because of my personal situation and because of my family and because the pain that it causes me to look at this and think, whose husband is this? Whose son is this? Whose family is this? And maybe it's just a picture, and I hope it is, because I know in my family, on our wall, my grandmother's house, and on 3 of my tia's houses, we have the wall of those who did not come home. So I cannot support this recommendation as a commissioner. And again, I want to be really clear. I met with your commissioner and the staff from Accord, and it was a good meeting. But to me, it's too deep and too personal. And for all the people that have served our country, whether my family, your family, friends, families that died in the Vietnam War or whatever war it was, this is not a picture that I'm willing to, I'm not willing to vote for. So I'm not willing to accept it. I'm gonna stop there. So I'm not gonna support it either. And you know, the thing about social media is, you know, I think sometimes we put things up there and we think that, you know, it doesn't hurt people. And it does. It does. It does. I'm sure I've hurt somebody. But I've never put this because I know how deep it would hurt people I love and people that have served my country. And that's why we're all sitting up here and we live the life that we live because so many people died for us. So, Councilman Sarah, let me give these back to you because I don't want them. And so I'm gonna be a no vote. So there's a motion and then there was an amendment. So can we, Councilman Becerra, you made a motion and then you motioned, go ahead.
No, I'm sorry, I'm just, after you're speaking, no, I had expressed that I was not going to support him at that point. Yeah.
If I may.
I'm going to second his motion and then you can go ahead.
Yeah.
Oh, you didn't make a motion?
No, you know what, but I believe there might be another motion on the floor, but if there isn't, I will make them. What's that?
Okay, go ahead, Councilman Hernandez. Or did you have something? Go ahead.
Mayor, just for
You had a motion.
Just for clarification, I thought I heard a motion by Councilmember Fan to continue the item
Okay.
with no second.
I'll second
So
it.
I don't believe there's a
Because
motion.
I'm sorry, I was hearing her, but I was trying to digest I was just trying to keep myself together. So I apologize. So
She wants to continue it.
My motion was to continue it and bring this back and ask Mr. Delgado to come here and speak for himself. We've made a lot of comments about who he is, why he did this, whether he's sorry, etc. I think that it's important that he make those comments for himself because he may not feel any which way, and then we can decide then.
Mayor Mesquin, if I may.
Go ahead.
Thank you. Councilmember Fan, I won't be supporting that. And the reason for that is this commission is so important. And when Councilmember Pelosi and I first discussed it, we knew that this was a big deal. And again, we have, I believe Councilmember Vasquez's appointment, pretty critical of our police. But you know what? I know that that diversity of opinion is important. But when we have F a cop, I'm sorry, that's bias. That's clear bias. I don't know why everybody's dancing around it. Let's just be clear. It's bias. So you are not in favor of improving our law enforcement, as you shared, F a cop. So I won't be supporting continuing this. And if I have to, I'll make a sub-motion that we not appoint Mr. Delgado. And the last comment I'll say is that it is all of us, it is all of our responsibilities to scrutinize each and every one of our nominations. There shouldn't be this, oh, well, it's his appointment or her appointment or her nomination, just ignore it. No. And I would challenge any of you to look at the appointments that I have made. And they are all folks that have been qualified to serve on the commissions that they're on. The former head of Santa Ana Pony is my Parks and Rec commissioner. I would say that's pretty qualified. I think they might know a thing or two about the parks. And I'm very proud of that. I've looked for qualified folks. And if for some reason any of my appointees want to dismantle the subject matter of the commission that they serve on, please bring it to my attention, and we might have to make some changes. But so tonight, I will not be supporting this nominee.
Councilman Hernandez?
Thank you, Mayor Mesqua. And I want to thank my colleagues for the dialogue that we're having. Part of being a leader on this council is understanding that we are going to have very complex, nuanced, and challenging conversations. I will publicly be the first to tell you that I'm ashamed that Mr. Delgado shared an image that is associated with pain. Again, there's no context as to why Mr. Delgado shared it. There's no context as to how he felt about it. This was an image that was shared. That is full transparency. But this actually isn't even his page. The upper right-hand corner does not say his name. It says a community organization, Abolition Now OC. It has nowhere on this page does it mention him, or does it state that this comes from his page. What makes it more alarming is when you type in who is performing on this flyer, and you Google when he performed in Los Angeles, this concert took place in June of 2022. So that means who was following his social media and screenshotting this, and how long have you been surveillancing a member of the community? And then gaslighting the public and saying, here's what he said. Well, I'll be the first if the camera wants to zoom in. His name is not at the top of that. So if we're going to have a conversation about transparency, let's start with the facts. The facts are that this is a commission that is not anti-police. This is a commission that is about creating and establishing trust. In order for us to have that trust, it means we have to have conversations around safety. This commission provides an opportunity for members of the community who have long been disenfranchised and marginalized and kept out. It gives them an opportunity to know that they have a voice in these fights. Now, because somebody's politics don't align with yours, doesn't mean that they are inherently bad. Many of you sit up here who were elected by POA money. We all know how you vote. It doesn't mean that you aren't that you aren't making your judgment calls or you're not reading the staff reports. That's part of why we're on this dais. There are going to be commissioners here who are going to be appointed to this commission who love law enforcement, and good for them. They also deserve to sit on this commission. This commission is also just as important for those who feel disgruntled. So, unfortunately, what we are seeing is a very harsh reality that exists in Santa Ana, that there are two different sides of the spectrum, which is why this commission was instrumental. So, I will be the first to reprimand Mr. Delgado for sharing an image. I don't know if he understood who was involved in this picture or what this picture was associated for, but I'm not in the business of speaking for people. I will give him the humanity to have that conversation face to face with him. However, I will not lie to the public and pretend that the images that were brought up here today at the dais were accurate. This image has zero association with his account. So it's very important that we have a transparent conversation about that. I want to defer to my members of the council here that I respect each and every one of the conversations and the comments that was made today. I am an American. You know, my grandfather, Jose Lopez, also served in the Vietnam War. I have family members who are sheriffs with the Orange County Sheriff Department. I have family members in law enforcement on both sides of my family. I am serving my country as an American. Part of the values that I have as an American is that if I disagree with what's happening in this country, I don't have to pledge to that flag. That's part of our American rights. We have civil rights that we are afforded. And Mr. Delgado has his civil rights, but what was presented to us today was a very, very unclear image of who this individual is. If you want to see who Mr. Delgado is, you would know the impact that he's making if you come from his community. So I would like to make a sub-motion to move forward with his appointment to the commission. And if there is any member of this council that feels that there is dialogue that needs to happen publicly, I want to defer to Councilmember Fan. I respect whatever direction you want to go, Councilmember, and I will defer to you in this case if you want to see him speak to us at another meeting. I fully support that.
Madam Mayor?
Councilmember Becerra.
Thank you. And the only reason I'm speaking one more time, can I see the picture back?
Yes.
So, Councilmember Hernandez is right. On the top of it, it does say Abolition Now OC. And if you go to Mr. Delgado's Instagram account, he has one single link, and that's to this page that posted this image. So, again, this is not to malign him. This is not that we just found this image somewhere else and said, oh, he did it. No, he shared it on his own, and this entity is someone that, of all the things that one could link to, he has chosen one single entity to link to, and it's this that has the phrase F a cop, F a cop, F a cop. So I just want to be clear, this wasn't like we grabbed something out of nowhere and someone just decided to print this and somehow inaccurately assign it to him. No, this is something, is he going to say that he doesn't support this? That would be interesting. But at this point, I've seen enough. And so I'm ready to, at this point, I think I'm a little confused by Councilmember Hernandez's motion because he wants to approve, but then he's
She made a motion.
Yeah, but then he's making a sub-motion, and can we get some clarity on what's on the floor?
I did second her motion, though.
Okay, but.
Oh, so we have a motion on the floor?
Yeah,
Okay.
and I seconded it, yeah.
I'll support your motion, Councilmember Fan.
So this picture is from what's called the incredible story behind a haunting picture of a POW in Vietnam, just so you all know the history. He's a captured U.S. pilot major. His name is Dewey Waddell. And the woman guarding him is a militia woman with a gun and a bayonet on a rice field in Vietnam in 1967. And I won't read the article to you, but it says, there's no mistaking that he is a prisoner. And eventually he went home, and he's 82 years old now, depending on what year this was written. He's retired as an Air Force colonel. And I only share that because I'm happy he went home with his family and had his children. And you know, Councilman Hernandez, I appreciate the honesty up here, and I'm pretty thick-skinned, so I don't have a problem with it. But, you know, everybody always talks about POA, and we're supporters of POA, or we were endorsed by POA. I want to be really clear, and I want it on the record. This is separate from the picture. Myself, Trustee Tinajero, and Solorio all interviewed with POA. All three of us did. I just happened to get the endorsement. So when we all talk about POA support, nobody wants to talk about the other members, the other people who ran for mayor, whatever, didn't win. Okay, it was a blessing for me that I did. So I just want to give some truth behind the POA support. And it wasn't just POA who supported me, it was the Sheriff's Department and Anaheim PD. And I will wholeheartedly always take the support from law enforcement. So I just want to get back to that because you made a comment about POA supporters. And I support good cops, I don't support bad cops. And I've said it 100 times. And I did second Councilwoman Fan's motion to schedule for a later date, City Manager, but I'd actually want to meet, if you can put it on the April calendar, because I know once we give you some direction tonight, we're already a week behind. So if you can schedule it for the April one, really appreciate it. If there are no other comments, let's prepare to vote.
Mayor, we'll need to take a vote.
Yeah, I said, that's what I just said.
I apologize.
Thank you. There's no other comments. Let's prepare to vote. Roll call, please. Is there a comment? Oh, I'm sorry.
I just have a quick question for you, City Attorney. I want to understand my job here, right? Like my role here, because during my orientation, I remember very clearly that it was relayed to me that I should not be making decisions here based off my personal biases or dislikes of people. Am I clear in that understanding?
Well, when considering, whether to approve an appointment, I think you can consider whether the person would make, a good commissioner based upon, what you know about the person, and the role that they are to serve, what the commission's for and the role that they are to serve.
So it is just exclusive to appointments?
Sorry, I'm not sure I understand your question.
My personal opinion, my own biases that we all have, right? We all have biases. They are allowed to be part of my decision-making when we're talking about appointments.
Well, you should consider, as I've said, really the role that the person is to play, what the commission's for, what the duties are for, and
so I interpret your answer as a yes, and maybe I'm not understanding you in this moment, but that's how I interpret your response to me. And I just want to make sure that I'm clear because I have been warned that I am not allowed to do that, none of us, right? Because it puts the city in a predicament. So I just want to make sure that I understand, and I'm happy to have this conversation with you offline because it's late and we have to move along. So thank you.
Okay, let's vote. Do a roll call, please.
Madam Mayor?
I'm sorry, did you have a comment?
No, I just want to be clear, what's the motion that we're voting on?
Motion by Councilmember Fan, seconded by Mayor Amezcua, to continue the item in order to hear from Mr. Delgado directly.
you got to do it clearer, and I'm sorry.
A motion by Councilmember Fan, seconded by Mayor Amezcua, to continue the appointment of Mr. Delgado in order to hear from him directly.
That's correct, and publicly.
Public.
Clarifying question, Mayor Mesqua. So, Madam City Attorney, is this a practice that we've had in the past?
A practice of having someone come speak at public comment, I can't recollect a time when that has been done.
So why doesn't it happen now?
She made a motion.
She made a motion, so, I mean, we can, if she wants to amend her motion, we can vote on it, but, I mean, she's giving him an opportunity. If not, if you want her to amend it, that's up to her.
Yes, I see Mr. Delgado in the audience. Thank you for being here. But in conferring with the city attorney, because it's not agendized to have you come speak to us, I want to give him the opportunity to talk to us and tell us, because I can tell you tonight, it's really frustrating to see that, right? And I know Mayor Mesqua also has, there's a lot of feelings when you think about that, and we're considering a lot of these issues, but I want to give you and your nominee the benefit of the doubt and to talk to us, and that's why I'm asking for the tabling, and so that we can agendize the opportunity for him to talk to us.
Okay, and I just want to share a comment, because I'm concerned that, God forbid, it doesn't go the way that we want this to go. I bring about another commissioner, and then there's another issue. And I want to touch on the pain. I sat at this dais 7 days after my cousin was murdered, and some of you didn't even say, I'm sorry for your loss. I never made it personal. I came here, I handled my business, I treated the community with respect. So I just want to also highlight that, I have sat at this dais many moments going through pain, and I did my job. And I see our officers here, I pay them the respects when I see them. I don't associate them with the pain of my family member. I understand that there are good men and women in these uniforms. I just also want to remind everybody here that, I respect that pain, and I want to nurture that process, which is why I'm understanding. So
she's got to pull
Council
that
member,
yeah.
I'm sorry to interrupt. I just want to remind everybody that the item that we're voting on is whether to appoint Mr. Delgado to this commission.
So let's take a vote, please, for Councilmember Ty's motion. That was seconded.
Councilmember Becerra?
Nope.
Councilmember Hernandez?
yes.
Councilmember Penaloza?
Yes.
Councilmember Fan?
Yes.
Councilmember Vasquez?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Lopez? Yes. Mayor Amezcua?
Yes.
The vote is 6 ayes, 1 nay, nay by Councilmember Becerra. Item is continued.
Great, thank you. This is the end of the consent calendar. We're going to go to the business calendar at this time. Item 23 is a report about council member requested items. Madam City Manager, can we please have staff report?
Certainly. We do have a brief presentation, but I'm not sure you might not require it. We've discussed this item at length. It's a draft policy for a council member requested item to establish a process when an individual a council member wants to add an item on, and attached is the draft policy. If there aren't any concerns with the draft policy, what staff would do is we would return with the resolution that would officially adopt it, or we can provide you a presentation, whatever is your decision.
So does anybody have questions? Because I have a couple of questions. Do you have any questions, Sonia? No?
No.
Any questions? Councilmember Fan, thank you for bringing this forward. I just have some clarification. So Section 411 of the Santa Ana City Charter, I don't need to read it to you. You all know it, right? Any member of the city council, blah, 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 you can put things on the agenda, correct? And so what you're asking for at this time is that each council member, when they want to have something placed on the agenda, that you want the topic. It's like a college report. You want a title to describe the action and the subject of the report. You want the recommendation to identify the action you would like the city council to take. And then you want a discussion, and it says provide a brief chronology of the item, identify issues, if there's a provision of law, rule, policy, or previous city council action related to this item noted in this section. Provide a brief explanation of the item, focusing on data collection, analysis, evaluation, which justifies your recommendation. Daniel, there should be 3 of you now. Prior to the report being published as part of the city council meeting agenda, the council member confers with the city manager, city clerk, and city attorney to inform them of the council member requested item. And then there's a timeline. So my question is, and this would probably be for the, I don't know, city manager, you, or city attorney. So 3 people work for the council: the city clerk, the city attorney, and the city manager. So the term confer means what?
So for the history on this item, it was to ensure that your colleagues, when a council member requested item gets put on, which is discussion for your colleagues and yourself, and direction to city staff, that there's a full understanding of what the item is. This item was requested, the confer part, to make sure we aren't, if we're already doing it, if it's already in process, if there's a law that would stand in the way of doing it, it would not have the item go forward if we shared that information with the council member that's requesting it.
So instead of confer, we say inform?
I have no problem with the change of that word.
You have a problem with changing the word?
No, the idea was just, I think we had brought something.
It was before me.
Yeah.
Yeah. If you don't have a problem with it, and I just feel that the council, everybody up here places items on the agenda, and, you know, we should be able to, and we should meet with you, as we do, and well, I know I have, and said, I'd like this on the agenda, and here's why, and so, and then I've met with the city attorney, and they've explained why, and so, but I wasn't here when you guys had this, so I'm okay with it, but if we could just change confer to inform, I'm good with it.
I think the issue was, and this had happened multiple times, where something was requested that was either illegal or unconstitutional or something, or just that staff was already doing it. And
Okay.
so it ended up being a discussion.
A big deal?
Yeah.
Okay. So can we put that in there somewhere, where that if the matter is unconstitutional or illegal, that the council is informed immediately, therefore it does not move forward? So, I mean, maybe we put something in there about that as well. I mean, whatever works easiest, I just don't want the word confer. All right, informed, perfect, okay. And if there is something illegal, I would hope, again, I've only been sitting here a few weeks, but I would hope, or a few months now, I would hope that the city attorney would share with us, and so that we're not up here having a discussion about something that is illegal.
That's exactly one of the reasons why Councilmember Fan
That's fine.
requested we do this process. So we don't need an action from you. It was really just to accept the information and make any changes you wanted.
I just
And
would like to
then
change confer to
We'll change that
inform.
word, and then we have to come back to you because your policies are adopted by resolution. So we'll return with a resolution adopting that policy.
Thank you. Anybody else have comments? Councilman Penaloza?
Just wanted to voice my support for it and thank Councilmember Fan. I know she's been working diligently on this.
Yeah.
And it's something that's needed. There's a lot of things that were preempted by state law, and it's important that we clarify what's coming before us. I personally don't mind the term confer. I know that a lot of my council items, after discussing with the city attorney or the city manager, they've evolve or mold into something else that makes more sense, or because they're like, hey, we already do this. And I'm like, okay, cool. So, but that's comment. Thank you, Mayor.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Yeah. Thank you. Yeah, I don't have any issues with this item. I support it. I think sometimes the conversations that we have up here are mindless, and we've seen agenda items, that are repetitive, being placed on agendas, or, that clearly show that there has been no research done. And so I'm very supportive of this item. And I know Councilmember Vasquez and Mayor Amezcua weren't on the council when this was moved forward, but just so that you both of you know, one of the things we discussed and agreed was that staff was not to write these reports for the council members. It is on
Thank you, council member.
Yes, it is on the council members to submit those reports on time to our staff so that they are added as an attachment to the requested item. So thank you.
Okay, any other comments? All right, we're good? Okay. All right, are there any questions or comments by the council? Okay, we did that. City manager, you got direction. Let's go.
Mayor Amescua?
Yes.
Oh, I'm sorry. I apologize for interrupting.
Oh, no, that's okay. Let's go to item 24.
Sorry, not on. Item 24 is a carryover from 1 month ago to provide the opportunity for elected officials to have one-on-ones with our finance director and get more information and ask any questions. So I appreciate and I want to thank all of you that did. We have supplied a lot more information and several of you have had meetings on the topic. So we don't have a presentation to give you for this item. The item that is before you is for 4 recommended actions. The first one is basically to receive and file the mid-year budget update. The second is to approve the recommended appropriation adjustments that are outlined in the staff report. And then 3 and 4 relate to mid-year changes to classifications that our operating departments are anxiously waiting on to help roll out programs that are in the works right now. And the finance director and myself are available if you have any questions.
Okay, are there any questions from the council? No questions over this item?
I'll make a motion to approve.
I have a question, sorry. That's why I was waiting for all of you to say yes or no.
I'll second his motion, though.
You're going to second his motion. All right. Finance staff retirements, 2 long-term finance employees, 36, 39 years, filed for retirement in December 2022. So you're asking that we approve this to pay out. Is that correct?
Yes, for the funding for the payout.
And this is going to come from where?
The general fund.
Do we have, I don't need names, or rough number maybe. Do we have a lot of employees that will be paying out?
So, Mayor, each one of our bargaining groups has slightly different provisions related
Correct.
to what they cash out. But as mentioned before, this is an item that is not funded. It's an unfunded item. And when departments, I know our finance department's not too small, but especially when smaller departments have a long-term serving employee leave that is entitled by the terms of their MOU for a cash out, they oftentimes do not have the money within their budget. So we do often have to come back for appropriation adjustments for that. In this particular case, these were some very long-serving city employees.
And that's great. I mean, thank them for their service. That's wonderful, right? Okay, so the next one I have is the waste hauler donation. This is in their contract, and I have not read their contract. I'd love to get a copy of their contract, and so that I can, this is from Republic. So in their contract, I think we talked a little bit about this before, it talks about a donation. So is it truly a donation, or it's part of the work they do, or it's like, hey, I'm giving you?
So it's a term of the waste hauling contract to provide support to community events and charitable programs. So it is the provision that requires them to provide this, but it is to be used for community events, programs. It could also go towards nonprofits that do community events in our city.
So is this part of the franchise contract?
It's a provision within the waste haulers contract.
And how much have we collected from them so far? Do we know?
What have we collected so far?
Yeah, so what have we collected so far? And have we spent the funds?
I want to say approximately $20,000, but I'll have to go back and look at the numbers.
And so and you're asking to spend them here, the 20,000?
No, we were asking to allocate the monies into different categories for the agency, Public Works, the library, and so those other agencies for us to use for events and
It's-
support.
It's an appropriation request to recognize the revenue.
So you use the term donation, but it's part of the contract, correct?
Correct.
Right.
Okay, so that's why I got a little confused, but I do want to read the contract with Republic, if you can send it to me. So, okay, I think that, hold on one second. Thank you, City Manager, for putting the prayer breakfast in there. It is not going to be paid by the city, but the LGBTQ parade will be. Okay. Can you tell me a little bit about the police staffing request?
So it's a request to, I believe, unfreeze, am I correct,
Right.
Kat? Page 6. To unfreeze a forensic specialist 2, and it's to assist with the backlog for
And how many do we
fingerprint
have now?
processing. I would ask our Assistant Chief Rodriguez to answer that question. Oh, we have 2.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. What was the
evening.
question again?
I believe I answered it. You have 2 forensic specialists?
Actually, we have several forensic specialists. I'm going to get the number right now. I wrote it down in anticipation.
So there are a number of 9 forensic specialist 1s and 2 forensic specialist level 2s.
Yes,
What's the
that's correct.
difference, sir?
Just the higher classification, I believe, just the job description between the two. And this, the unfreezing that position would allow us to work on the backlog of DNA and fill that gap so we can better serve our community and in regards to the successful prosecution of cases.
So for cold cases that we have? For cold cases that we have?
Cold cases and ongoing cases, yes.
Okay. All right, that's all I have. Thank you. I'll be supporting this. Thank you. Yes, I'm sorry, Councilman Penaloza?
Thank you. Really quick. I'm supportive overall of the item, but since it was now being discussed, the only concern I had with the Republic Services, part of the donation going to Public Works, Madam City Manager, is that like the broken down events, May 20th community event, I went to it last year, great event in Nabil, so I'm happy that it's being funded. But like the others, groundbreaking ceremony, various ribbon cutting events, community meeting rentals, educational brochures and handouts, I think those are things that should be funded by our general fund. Is this an added amount to those services, or is this strictly the only amount we're going to be using for these events? Because, I mean, groundbreaking ceremonies and community giveaways, is this just a supplement?
Yes, it's in addition to many other programs that the city has.
It is above and beyond what we do and we can afford.
Okay, so you're not gonna, we're still gonna fund a lot of these events and services that we already offer, but you're just gonna supplement with these funds? Okay, okay, that explains it. Thank you.
Can you tell me, Nabil, I'm sorry, David opened the door. Sorry. And I'm new here, so, yeah, I know I did, huh? What's a community giveaway? Are you talking about like gift cards and, what do you mean by that?
No,
I'm not
it's
trying to open a discussion, I just want to.
It's not gift card, it's those promotional items that we.
Like the swag that we have.
Yes, exactly.
Oh, I love
the bags and all those other
Love my
things.
swag from Santa Ana. Okay, got it. Thank you very much. All right, everybody's good? No other questions, comments? Okay. Oh, I'm sorry. Did you have a question? I apologize.
Yeah, do you?
Oh,
Yeah.
you did. I didn't see you wave up. Go ahead.
No worries. Thank you, Mayor Mesqua. So yes, I did see the waste hauler donation. This was an item that the council fought for when the item was being discussed. I'm happy with what I'm looking at. I did have questions about community giveaways, so thank you for that. That answers it. I would like to see, there's a couple of community events that I wish were included, the Chicano Heritage Festival, the Mid-Autumn Festival, some of the newer events that could use more funding. There were some events that were extremely well attended that I think having additional funding would only be supplemental. So I'd like to see 2 of those festivals brought back to this waste hauler list. I see the festival sponsorship as well for the LGBTQ parade. I think that that's amazing. I'm fully supportive of that. I would like to also see us include the Dia de los Muertos parade festival that happens in Santana as well. I believe it is put on by the El Centro Cultural organization, but I really enjoy the Dia de los Muertos celebration that they have. It's been in our city for over 15 years, so I would like to see that included as part of our festival sponsorship. I also heard the comments from our community members today to see more events in downtown, specifically for the Latino community. I would be supportive of seeing a Cinco de Mayo event. So those would be my asks, is to include the Pride Parade at 30,000, to include support for Dia de los Muertos, and support to establish a Cinco de Mayo event. So I would look to see those appropriations. I'm not fully committed and ready to make a decision today.
Mayor Pro Tem, did you have comments?
Yeah, thank you. Well, first, Kat, thank you so much for meeting with me and reviewing the PowerPoint. I really enjoy the department's take on how you view and plan, not just for the now, but for the future. I think that's really important. But I do, along like the rest of my colleagues, just have questions about the waste hauler donation and how it's broken down and what departments are getting what and what not. And what I noticed is that really it just leaves out community organizations from being able to access that money. And my belief is that when we asked Republic to include this language, that was part of it. That was the motivation, because we're very limited on the funding that we can provide to our community. Really, I'm happy to see the Park Santiago Glass House community barbecue in March. That's something that I support. I support the appropriation to cover the shortfall from the gas tax to do that maintenance. But, I don't know that I'm gonna support this item because of the breakdown of how the hauler donation is being allocated right now. But thank you for your work.
Any other comments? Councilman Vasquez?
I'm going to agree with Councilmember Hernandez and Lopez on the donation. And I would like to see it, if not specifically to community festivals, if we could send it to the Cultural Commission to take on our RFPs, to have it open to the public.
If I can provide some clarification. So this is a continuing amount that would be received every year. And Councilmember Hernandez, we do have the 30,000 programmed in another area for the Gay Pride. So that's already taken care of. These are, this is mid-year appropriation adjustments, this is really just for the remaining events for this year. I welcome the dialogue when we're building next year's budget for how much you want to provide to all of those major events and how you want to distribute that money. However, if there isn't this is an appropriation adjustment, so it does require 5 votes. So I believe it's not going to receive 5 votes. So what I would ask you to do is just remove this appropriation and consider the balance.
Well, we're not done yet here. Councilman Becerra? Penalosa?
Thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to voice my support for the items that Councilmember Hernandez mentioned, the different numerous events. However, I'm very supportive of seeing those amounts increased and hold me to it, but that is a more appropriate conversation to have when we are developing the budget, because the Moon Festival is next fiscal year, the Chicano Heritage is next fiscal year. So very supportive. Count on my support for that. I'm letting you know now. But next month in May, when we start talking about developing the budget, I think we could talk about that then. With these amounts, the question I had, Madam City Manager, and I'm comfortable bifurcating the waste hauler donation from this item. I could amend my motion to do that if it's needed. But from what I remember, it was supposed to be $200,000 donation, and right here, this is $183,000 donation.
Can you come up?
Some of it has already been received.
Received, and where did it go?
They were received by donation by Republic to other events that we did not realize that they were doing that, and we were taking it from this donation.
Can you say that again in the mic? You received it, and what did you do with it?
Republic donated funding to events.
How much?
I don't know. It's that difference between the 210 and the 180. So it's about
So it's about $16,500.
$20,000 or so. And they were, Republic thought that the donation was coming out of that account, which shouldn't have been.
So, but where?
So there was a solicitation made to Republic to provide money directly to a nonprofit in our city, and Republic acquiesced to that and then took it out of the amount that was in our contract provision. So it didn't pass through the city.
Was that a request by you, finance director?
It was not a request by a city employee.
It was not a request by.
Not a request by a city employee.
And which event was it? You said events or event?
I believe it was probably multiple events. I'm not really sure.
I'm sorry?
I am not really sure what events they sponsored. I'll come back to you on that.
It was done it was done completely outside of city purview. So a council member contacted Republic, requested a donation to a nonprofit. I don't know what purposes, I'd be speculating. And Republic acquiesced to that. They do have a foundation and they do process requests like that. And it was given directly to a third party. It was later that staff learned that Republic decided that that amount was related to this provision, and they reduced the amount for us under this provision, which your Executive Director of Public Works did share his concerns with that.
Okay.
And on a go-forward basis, it made it very clear that the money is received due to our provision in our contract and can't go outside of us.
Thank you for that, Madam City Manager. And I'm not even going to attempt to touch that or discuss that now, but I hope Republic is listening and
Don't go anywhere, Nabil.
that
Don't go
nobody
anywhere.
is soliciting any funds. I mean, every penny goes through this body, and majority. That's all I ask for future, but I just hope that doesn't happen again, because that is not appropriate at all. But with that said, I will keep my original motion to approve this item as is. And that's it. I believe it was seconded.
It was seconded by.
If you're not changing it, you'll need my concurrence.
So I have a question, if there are no other questions before we vote. So, and I don't want to open the discussion either too much, but Madam City Attorney, I'd like to talk to you about this after this week sometime. And Madam City Manager, I would like to discuss this further, because if somebody accepted a contribution, or a third party did it, or it just sounds a little odd to me. And so I don't want to be part of that, and I don't want that to happen again. So I would like some information. So if you can please share with me.
Please include me in that meeting, Mayor.
I will. It's very important so that we don't have that problem. And thank you, Nabil, very much. Thank you. I'll be supporting this item. All right, let's prepare to vote.
A motion by Councilmember Penaloza, seconded by Councilmember Becerra, to approve item 24, the fiscal year 2022-23 mid-year budget update, revised spending plan update, appropriation requests, and workforce changes. Councilmember Becerra?
Yes.
Councilmember Hernandez?
No.
Councilmember Penaloza?
Yes.
Councilmember Fan?
Yes.
Councilmember Vasquez?
No.
Mayor Pro Tem Lopez?
No.
Mayor Amescua?
Yes.
The vote is 4 ayes, 3 nays. Nays by Councilmembers Hernandez, Vasquez, and Mayor Pro Tem Lopez. Motion carries.
May I, Madam Mayor, may I?
Hold on.
Yeah.
May I go ahead and take Councilmember Peñalosa's motion, but go ahead and make the revisions to, that City Manager Ridge suggested?
So you'd be considering the approval of the recommended appropriation adjustments, excluding anything to do with the waste hauler's contribution.
Correct.
What she said.
So, yes, I'll make a motion to approve the item with the bifurcation of the waste hauler
You can't
donation.
because I made the motion.
And then you're going to second it? Let's take
Okay,
a vote.
second.
I'd like to go home early too. Can we do that? I see you looking at me, County Council, City Council. I see you looking at, okay. City Attorney, excuse me. I'm not with the county anymore, right? All right, let's take a vote again. Let's try this one more time. And this is the last time.
Yes. A motion by Councilmember Becerra, seconded by Councilmember Peñalosa, to approve the item with the exception of the waste hauler appropriation portion. Councilmember Becerra?
Yes.
Councilmember Hernandez?
No.
Councilmember Peñalosa?
Yes.
Councilmember Fan?
Yes.
Councilmember Vasquez?
No.
Mayor Pro Tem Lopez? Mayor Amezcua?
Yes. All right, let's go on.
Vote is 4 ayes, 3 nays.
Still fails.
Still fails for the other appropriation
So
requests.
The city manager?
So none of the appropriation adjustments have been approved for this. Kat, if you would like, I can tell you what will be the result of that.
Yes, please.
I'm going to walk them down. Which one?
Well, can the three no's maybe say why they don't agree and
No,
amend the
let's
motion?
just go, give us the reason why, please. What's going to happen now? We're running out of time and it's late.
Sorry. Yeah, I do. It's scrolling to it right now. Okay, so with no appropriation adjustments, then what will end up happening is, first, my department will have to find a way to absorb the $210,000 payout for the 2 long-term employees. There will be no spending authorization for the waste hauler donation. The planning and building staff request for 4 people to improve service at the permit counter will not go forward. The debt service for the 800 megahertz communication system, there was a $23,000 oversight when the budget was built, and that one will not go forward. Well, that will have to be absorbed by some other thing. And then the same with the museum building capital repairs for the additional $25,000. The big one is the $2.5 million for right-of-way maintenance to backfill for the gas tax revenue reduction. So the Public Works Department will need to circle the wagons and figure out what services will have to be reduced, because there's no $2.5 million backfill. We will not be able to take advantage of the contractor efficiencies at the zoo and check some more items off of the list to further our movement towards accreditation and deferred maintenance at the zoo. And so that $1.3 million adjustment will not move forward. And then the Orange County Pride Parade funding of $30,000 has not been funded.
All right, so, Madam City Manager, we're going to start to go into the budget, late April, May?
We're going to bring in April. We'll be starting the process with you. We've already been doing a lot of the process behind the scenes and the outreach to the community already, but you will have an item before you regarding the upcoming budget next month.
All right, perfect. Thank you.
Can I make just a comment? So I've initially voted no on this when it first came to us, but I stated why and my reasons for it. I heard my colleagues, so we bifurcated the trash hauler donation request because that was the issue, but there's still 4 no's, or 3 no's.
3 no's.
So I guess I would like to open the discussion to see how we could get this approved. Is there anything that we need to amend?
Well, I just don't want to impose on them. If they don't want to share, I don't want to.
Well, no, we're elected to
I get that, but I mean, I'm not going to.
deliberate And
If they don't want to, they don't have to, as far as I'm concerned. They voted already. We already voted.
so they don't want to tell
So
the,
do you guys want to share? Does it matter? Do you want to share? If not,
The decision's been made.
It was like some of the personnel issues that I wasn't set on. If staff wants to bring it back during the first meeting of April, I'm happy to meet with staff in the meantime. We can have a different
Okay.
discussion.
You met with Kat
Not
already,
in public,
right?
though.
I didn't
Okay.
care about the numbers.
Councilman Vasquez? With Councilman Lopez? Mayor Pro Tem Lopez. So can both of you meet with the staff together? That way, if that's possible? Okay. Councilman Hernandez?
I'm going to wait for this item to come back at another meeting.
All righty. So then let's bring it back the second meeting in April. Does that work for you, or the first? Which one do you want?
Well, the sooner that we get it done, the staff can move
Then
forward.
bring it back to the first.
Okay. I believe I heard Councilmember Hernandez say you hadn't seen this item? Oh, okay, good, because I want to remind all of you, we presented this item to you a month ago, and you requested a month's time so that each of you could spend time
Right.
learning about
Yes.
it and having meetings.
Yeah, and I got a great breakdown from Kat, so thank you very much. So Councilman Hernandez, you did get the information? Okay.
Yes.
So then, yeah, go ahead.
Madam City Manager, is it possible or even useful for you, maybe if I can do a motion to approve, except for the personnel adjustments and the trash hauler adjustments, so we can get some of these big items like Public Works, which takes a long time, just moving?
That would be
Are you
significant.
guys
Perhaps,
okay with
perhaps
that?
they should make the motion, since they're the ones that don't want to support half the stuff in there, so maybe they should make the motion.
I want to make a motion consistent with the comments made by our colleagues, which is to approve these items excluding the trash hauler
And personnel.
and personnel items.
Do you have another one?
No, those are the only two issues.
Will you second my
For
motion?
clarification, excuse me, I'm sorry. For clarification, when you say personnel matters,
So it's 161,000 for the Planning and Building Department.
And the 140,000 for the police staffing request.
Well, hold on. Mayor Pro Tem, she's the one who said it, so let her speak. I'm
Yeah, but
sorry.
it wasn't just that. It had park staff as well too, or changes. So yeah, so the whole section.
So then we should just wait till.
So-
Why don't you make the motion?
No, that's why I'm not making a motion, because it's just gonna come back.
Right.
You've already
Mayor,
passed.
City Manager, it's coming back the first meeting in April. We're good.
Yeah, but it's a simple clarification.
Well, she didn't make a motion, so,
The only item that's an appropriation related to staffing is the planning and building one. The other classification changes, you've already approved tonight. They didn't need an appropriation with them.
so what would you like to do? You gonna make a motion?
so I'll make a motion then to approve the item with the bifurcation of the trash hauler and remove the one item also that needs the appropriation from the planning and building department, that position.
Wait, point, Madam Mayor?
Oh, I thought that's-
Madam Mayor, if I may ask, so,
Oh,
Christine, could you, you just said that everything was approved except for certain items. So I just want to get clarity, because if Councilmember Penaloza is making a motion, I feel like maybe you're making a motion to reapprove something, and really, it's only the item that didn't secure the 5 votes that is outstanding, and that would be the only item then that would need to return to us at a later
You're
date.
correct. Everything else has passed, as the city clerk stated. It was only the appropriation which required the supermajority.
And so I guess, Councilmember Penaloza, are you making another motion on the appropriation that still can't secure the 5 votes at this point?
I believe
Oh,
Councilmember
okay. I
Penaloza was
I
trying
was gonna
to.
address the classification stuff that one of my colleagues had concerns with. But if that's not gonna get it, then I'm,
We're gonna bring it back to the first meeting in April. Let's move on, please. Thank you. Okay, we're good. All right, let's do that. Thank you. We need to just move on. All right, I'm gonna call on council members now for their comments. I don't believe there's anything. Madam City Manager, do you have any announcements?
I do, just some brief ones, Mayor. I want to mention, and we've been advertising this, but the city of Santa Ana is revamping its parking permit program to better meet the needs of the community, and we are currently conducting a residential parking survey. for you to share thoughts about the program. The survey, which solicits your inputs, comments, and suggestions, are going to help us develop the new residential permit parking program for years to come. Our goal is to provide balanced parking to improve the quality of life for residents, visitors, commuters, and businesses. So be sure to make your voices heard by taking the survey. It's a very long website, but if you just go to the city's Santa-Ana.org, and you can do a search. It's My Residential Parking Santa Ana, or you can call 714-647-5623. And then I did want to announce an exciting event that's happening this Saturday. Our Parks and Rec Agency and the library are hosting for free an event for the community. It's the Spring Fest Open House and the grand opening of the Teen Time program. It will feature presentations, a scavenger hunt, food, and much more. It's taking place at El Salvador Park, and it is this Saturday at 10 a.m.
Is that it? All right, thank you. Let's go with council member comments. Councilmember Vasquez, please.
Yes, thank you. It was inferred when I was talking about POW that I was anti-police, and I'm not anti-police. I'm anti-bad police. I'm anti-bad teachers. I'm anti-bad priests. Taking on this job, I carry a heavy responsibility for the officers of Santa Ana and for their well-being, and I hope to be fair in their treatment as I am with all the other staff in Santa Ana. Another comment, when I started teaching, I came to Santa Ana, and I was working at Willard, and we didn't have an identity in Santa Ana. We didn't have like this thing that connected us, united us, that we could defend ourselves, because we're those people. And I came back and I knew I loved Santa Ana. I came from working in LA Unified School District. I came to Willard, and I went to El Centro Cultural de Mexico, and just opened up for me a place where all the volunteers work. We didn't have any paid staff at that time. We just organized for ourselves. And then there was somebody came up with a term, and they said, "Somos Santaneros." And I'm like, what? I was blown away. This whole idea of Santaneros. I'm like, well, how did that come about? And there was a group that we meet in a circle because we don't have leaders, so we do consensus. Everybody has to agree to everything we do in that space. And before we open up the circle, we say our name and identify yourself. And one person, I'm from Michoacán, I'm from Guerrero, El Salvador, yo soy de Jalisco. And then a young man named Molin says, I'm Santanero. And we were blown away, and it captivated all of us. That term and I kept using that term, Santanero, and I explained it like this. Santanero means everybody in your community, everybody who sits next to you. They become your experience. If you're Asian, Black, Samoan, they become a part of you because you have and you live experience with them. We are Santaneros. We experience each other, and we build this culture of who we are. And once we connect that way and we have an identity of what Santanero is, then we defend ourselves as Santaneros. We are this city. We do have our own culture of how we behave and how we act, and of our music that we love, and the food, and the way we behave and react to things. So that Santanero project, that Santanero word is a pride, and you don't have to accept it, but many of us have, and I really have a deep pride for calling myself Santaneros and being one in Santanero with you all. So thank you very much for that moment to explain the term Santanero and where it came from. Have a good night.
Councilman Penalosa?
Thank you, Mayor. I hope everybody had a very nice, warm welcome to spring. Today's the first day of spring, and it held. So, climate change, people, it's real. I'm clearly sleepy and delusional, so I will end my comments now. Thank you.
All right.
Good night, everybody.
Councilman Hernandez?
Yes, thank you, community, for engaging and tuning into today's meeting. We appreciate your input, and we look forward to seeing you at our next meeting. Have a great rest of your night.
Councilman Becerra?
Thank you, Mayor Mesqua. So no joke, Saturday, April 1st, I will be hosting my monthly community office hours at George Upton All Access Park at Carl Thornton Park. I just real super briefly want to clarify some comments I made earlier tonight during the homeless report presentation in that, you know, when we've seen our PD in action, as we did when this council asked for PD along with code enforcement to address the illegally operating stationary sidewalk vendors, you guys got the job done. And so my expression tonight, I think I share the same sentiment with the residents, especially on the south end of town, that we know our PD is amazing and can get the job done. And so we are just hopeful that direction is given so that you guys can do that when it comes to the open air criminal drug activity that we're seeing on our end of town. And actually throughout the city, but definitely on our end of town. So again, my hat's off to you, ladies and gentlemen. You guys do an amazing job, and I just want to see you continue to be successful. To our Persian neighbors and friends who are celebrating Persian New Year, and if we can get out of here in the next couple of minutes, they still will be. So I would like to wish them a Nowruz Mubarak, and good night, everybody.
Councilmember Fan.
Thank you, Mayor. First, I'd just like to address an item earlier, and that was regarding some comments made about PAL and all of that. I just want to say that I believe all of us on this dais care very deeply about our community, the relationships between our employees, staff, police department, residents, advocates, everybody. And I think that we all have different views of what we think is needed in our community to improve the quality of life of our young people, our seniors, our residents. And I guess I just wanted to offer that as a reminder to everybody. I truly believe that, and I hope that as we discuss all of these hot topics, that we remind ourselves that we're all coming from a good place and we're all trying to do what we think is right for our residents. As to events, I do want to promote an event for this Saturday, March 25th from 9 to 1 p.m. It's a community resources and health fair hosted by Supervisor Vince Sarmiento in Centennial Park. So it'll be in Ward 1. I'm super excited. I'll be there. We have a lot of partners. It's going to involve a food distribution, talks about public benefits, a diaper giveaway, and much more. It'll be in the corner of Edinger and Fairview near the skate park. And I also just wanted to congratulate one of our new businesses, Wynn's Kitchen, that opened their new corporate headquarters right here in Santa Ana in Ward 1. It was really fun. The food is delicious. You can get really great Vietnamese coffee. And so come visit. It's right on Harbor. And with that, have a great night.
Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you. Wynn's Kitchen is amazing. If you haven't tried it, please go have it. The only announcement that I have is that on March 29th from 2:30 to 4, we're going to be back in Santiago Park with OC Habitat. We're hosting another park cleanup, so we invite all community members to come out and participate and help clean up the creek and the park. Thanks. Bye.
Okay, I will be brief. If City Manager, if you can get back to me, and I don't know about the other council members that want the same information, but I'd like to know why we moved Fiesta Patrias, and I know Mr. Garcia is working on it, why we moved it from downtown and moved it to a different location. I know that, but now OCTA is willing to cover up, make things happen so that we can have it downtown, and the merchants have been asking for it. So maybe we can have that conversation and talk about that. And then there was some funding that they were given before I was on the council, and I'd like to get, and Mr. Garcia is also going to give me that report, so I'd like to sit down and talk to you about that funding. And we're supposed to get our funding from Senator Umberg, and I don't know when or how, but hopefully we're not going to cut a check first to cover that. A gentleman spoke today during public comments, and I want to thank everybody that came out to speak during public comments about the sanitation increase. I'd like to know if that is factual. Like, I haven't heard anything about our trash going up by $100, or $100. I mean, whatever it may be, if you can just get back to us, and maybe, I don't know. And we have the gentleman's information, and we can let him know. I'm sure somebody can. And then, I'm sorry? Yeah, that's not our bond, though. And then also, I've been talking to Mr. Garcia, hopefully he shared with you, and the council is all supportive. At some point, credit card payments in downtown, so when you park, like when you go to other cities, you just stick your credit card in and it's easy to pay. Nobody carries change anymore. And so we only have it on one street. The rest of downtown does not have credit cards, so Mr. Garcia, I'm looking forward to that RFP to go out so that we can have more parking downtown for our merchants. And then I'll leave you with this. I was at Davis Elementary today, and they invited me to a meeting that they have had, and the next meeting will be held here at City Hall with them. It was a group of great people. I know Mayor Pro Tem, you couldn't be there. They had wonderful things to say about your presence there, and there's some other people that were missing, and I'd like Santa Ana PD to join us at the next meeting. Davis Elementary is asking for a PAL program, and they are asking for things that their community needs for their children and their families. And so I shared with them about the budget meetings that they should be going. So I know some of the parents are going to rally up and go to some of our budget meetings, but they're also talking about rallying up and coming here because they want their community, they want us to pay attention to their community. There's a lot of crime in there. There's some prostitution going on. It's very sad when the principal tells me that today he picked up 7 condoms before school started, right there where our kids are, used condoms. And so there's a lot of prostitution going on around there. So if we can have officers out there, maybe go by frequently, and it's happening at all hours of the day and night. Again, it's a great group that's together and working on the issues around Davis Elementary. Thank you, sir, very much, and the neighborhood. And I also want to thank the officers again, as I said earlier. First Street is looking better. You know, down Bristol is looking better. I know we don't have enough officers, but you know, if they can touch on McClay and Second, there's apartments there and families, and you have some prostitution going on there. There's a water store right there in the corner that allows the drug sales out of that area right there where the water store is and the prostitution. So I don't want to get any more pictures from people about the prostitutes and in front of their house. So again, thank you to all the staff for all that you do, every meeting that we're here. We ask a lot of questions. Thank you all because you know, I know I'm new up here, and I know we ask a lot of you, and so I'm sure my colleagues appreciate it as well, but I just wanted to verbalize it. Thank you guys for everything that you do and all the information you provide us. And the next meeting is April 4th. Meeting is adjourned. Thank you, because I was like, oh, you and Phil need to sit next to me and David.